what do you mean by hypothesis, and how do you uh, derive the statement of hypothesis from the review of literature or theory of the study. And once hypothesis is formulated, so how the statement will be formed, how the statement will be formed in a null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis, and subsequently we'll try to discuss about different types of questionnaires, measurement of scale, and followed by the discussion on the test of hypothetical tool. So there are about some around 32 slides, and all the slides I will share with you during my last class, that is on 28th. I'll take your 1 hour class, first hour. So let me know from all of you what do you mean by hypothesis. Anybody can help me how hypothesis is formulated.
Sir, I think it is done on sampling of data.
Yes, no, not sampling of data. Anyway, no problem. Thank you for your attempt. Good attempt.
It's a perception about anything.
It is about?
It's a perception about anything.
Yes.
Until it is proven false by experimental data. That's what I recollect.
Yes, you are correct. But why do you want a hypothesis in market research? Because primarily the idea of teaching you and the efforts that you are put in to attend the classes to learn is to make use of the knowledge of the hypothesis, market research. So let me tell you,
yeah, Asumit Gautam.
We try to
nice. So
use
someone
hypothesis
is making some response to me. Thank you.
extensively.
So shall we start out the class? I hope I'm just waiting for some of the students
as
will
one of
be
the
joined
students
here.
mentioned,
But still now we have only
because data is collected
Anyway,
from
I just
the
share
representative
all
of the
the
population. So data is not collected from all parameters of the population. When data is not collected from all parameters of population, then we may not draw a conclusion or draw inference of the analysis. So when you undertake any project work, the primary objective of undertaking a project work is to arrive at a decision, and that may be a managerial decisions or that may be a policy decisions. So if any project does not help managers or policy makers take appropriate decisions, perhaps it would be a futile exercise. This exercise would not give any result. Ultimately, money will be spent, time will be spent, and money will be spent and time will be spent. So, therefore, we largely depend on the hypothesis and hypothesis analysis, making use of parametric and non-parametric tools, just to, by using certain significance level, we come to arrive at the conclusion that the statement is rejected or not rejected. On the basis of the rejection of the hypothesis, we may come to the conclusion, then subsequently there will be discussions. So results and discussions. In the results and discussion, you may link the hypothesis which is rejected or not rejected with the existing theories. Is the test of hypothesis, is the result of hypothesis related or unrelated, is associated or not associated, is different or the same with existing theories or existing practices. So that if you agree with the existing practices, that means you need not uh, generate any or create any new knowledge or new information. You just validate or authenticate or you support the existing theories. For example, your result could be very different from the existing theories. That means your study will create new knowledge, new theories. So, for example, if you take this slide particularly, and hypothesis is nothing but it is a statement which is tentatively drawn from the theories or from the literature to test whether the statement holds good or not. The statement holds good or not significantly. How far the statement is relevant today? Because the theories are being evolved, and theorists keep on adding elements or parameters in the theories. So the theories which evolved 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 100 years ago, that doesn't mean that particular theory would be acceptable today. And that doesn't mean that that theory has certain relevance today. In order to know whether theory has relevance or not, we need to make use of the hypothesis. So therefore, if you look at this particular slide, you see one is called null hypothesis, another is called alternative hypothesis. Because primarily we classify the hypothesis in two parts, one called null and the alternative. Why is null? And in the previous class, as I told you, that primarily when we go for testing a statement of null hypothesis, we keep in the mind that the statement is negative. But that means no relationship exists, no association exists, or a variable is not independent of others, or a variable is not dependent on others. Because if you say it's dependent on others, that means the conclusion you yourself, your conclusion is drawn. When it's not related, not associated, and not independent, then the question arises why they are not related. Some of you may also argue, why not do we say they are related and let us argue why they are related? But no. As per the theory, because if I bring the practices with judicial system and the trial of a culprit in the premises of the court, so the honorable judge always tries to keep in the mind that the person who is on the trial, the culprit who is on the trial, is innocent. Always innocent. Or as long as it is not proved that he is guilty, then he remains to be innocent. Whether he is in the jail, if he is a culprit, or he is guilty, then the punishment can be spelled at the time of the arrest or at the time of keeping that person in the jail. Why chances are given to the wrongdoers or culprits or guilty person to make a trial in the court or in front of the judge? The issue is they try to prove themselves that we are innocent. We have not done the crime. So in this process, if you try to replicate the same practices or theories, which usually are acceptable in the judicial system, because we say that first buyers and second buyers, the buyers who have bought the television are different from the one who has not bought the televisions. Okay. Or you must say there is no significant difference between first buyer and second buyer of the television. So you may with the questionnaire on various parameters of television. Because, for example, you are working as a sales manager or vice president of the sales of a company. You say Samsung or you may say, take the example of Samsung. So the Samsung company would do, the management would entrust a task on a team. So why don't you make a sales survey? So why people would prefer to buy Samsung TV? So you can keep a number of parameters, number of items in a scale that we call the interval scale or ordinal scale, mostly interval scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, semantic scale, or you can say use Likert scale. For example, 100 samples you collect that comprises both first time buyer, second time buyer. Then you put them in and frame a null hypothesis that there exists no difference of experiences of using Samsung television between the first buyer and the second time buyer. The same television set. Those who have bought Samsung the first time and those who have bought Samsung television second time. Then if you make use of, because when the statement is framed in interval and ordinal, so you may use some parametric tool like ANOVA test or t-test, test, which I'll go little later. So then let us come to the null hypothesis. Then hypothesis testing, which I have told you, and you go for statistical test. You may go for parametric test, non-parametric test. In the parametric test, Z test, T test, F test, ANOVA, and non-parametric test, chi-square test, Kruskal-Wallis test, Mann-Whitney test, Spearman rank test, etc., etc. So, because this particular slide has this particular slide explains logical flow of conducting a particular piece of research by using a hypothetical statement. Yeah. So then the rejection and non-rejection of null hypothesis is called alternative hypothesis. For example, hypothesis is not rejected. What does it mean? That means the statement of the hypothesis holds good by using the 5% significance level. The hypothesis is rejected, then we may say there exists a relationship or there exists no difference of experience. There exists difference of opinion. There exists difference of experience between first time users and second time users. First time buyers and second time buyers. I hope you are able to see the font size. Is it okay, or may I enlarge it?
It's
May I enlarge it?
Enlarge it.
Okay. Thank you. Is it possible? Because
Sir, if you click on that presentation mode, map, sir.
the presentation mode, no, okay, I will see. Because I am using one tab. My laptop has broken down. Let me see presentation. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is it okay? You're able to see now?
Yes, yes.
Sir, kindly zoom out.
It's okay now, sir.
Sir, yes, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, okay. So many of you, those who have, no, I don't know about your academic background, but some of you might be having or might be familiar with the project work, or might be familiar with the setting questions for your organizations, or sometime you might have given some sort of uh, opinions or responded to some similar questions. You take the example of liquor scale. There is a statement called using microcomputers improves my job performance. So if you administer this question, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there is an interval between 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, and 5. For example, you ask these questions to 100 respondents who are the users of the past time, who are the customers, those who have experienced TV by buying first time, and those who are experiencing TV for buying second time. So because here you have to use convenient sampling, because you can also use simple random sampling. But let us take it as a pilot study. When you get this question tested by using reliability and validity, you can take the question to larger sample. There you can use the true method of probability sampling. Either you can say systematic random sampling or simple random sampling, or you can say quota sampling. You must say area sampling, etc. But the idea of the sampling is there must be equal representations or proportionate representations. For example, if you administer the questionnaire to the respondents belonging to different income brackets or income groups. So, for example, you come to know from the secondary data that 30% of the population of the city are, middle income group. That means what? You need to give them 30-40 representation of your questionnaire. Similarly, you need to know how population of a town or city is distributed. That you can get from the secondary data. And we have national level agencies run by governments of India, different state governments. We have central statistical organization, and each state government has a Bureau of Statistics, and there is a department called Program of Implementation. So these departments, they collect the data. Apart from them, there are private agencies nowadays, because of by using artificial intelligence, they are also capturing the data without the knowledge of the buyers, and you have to pay for it, and you can get the data. So from that data, and we have India Strat, different software, statistical software agencies. They also kind of provide you access to that data. From that data, you come to know distribution of the population. Once you come to know the distribution of population, then you equally distribute the sample. That I'm trying to tell you. You take this particular statement, using microcomputers improves my job performance. Because microcomputer is an enabler, facilitator. So to compound your work, to multiply your work, and to take the help of a microcomputer to increase the efficiency of work, because this is era of technology. So you never expect you to perform better without using the technology. So you have no choice but to use the technology, mostly the computers. And microcomputer is mobile. Microcomputer is mobile. So, you take the example of a tab, which I am using to take your class. Even I can use a keyboard. It is a kind of computer. It has its own motherboard. It has its own RAM. So this is a question. So if you ask a question to a bank employee, and you ask the bank employee, you can classify them between employees working in the private bank, employees working in the public sector undertaking banks. You may classify them into rural branch, urban branch. So you can classify into scheduled banks, non-scheduled banks. Or you may classify them urban, semi-urban, rural, semi-rural, and remote. So you may classify the banks on the basis of the location of the bank. And then you start asking the questions to the employees of the banks working at 4 or 2 to 4, 5 different locations. Let us say 500 questionnaires. And maybe the branches in the remote area will be less, branches in the urban area will be more. So then proportionally questions will be more for the urban area, semi-urban area, less for rural, semi-urban and remote. That is called the true representation of the population. So, because when the things are heterogeneous, because in this case, bank is the population. If they let us say there are 200 branches of banks, different banks branches located in a Trichy city or Coimbatore city. And you will not take all 200 branches. So 200 is your population, and government is your universe. So out of the 200, you see how many of them are private banks, how many are government banks. Under the private banks, which are the banks? Under the private banks, they are names of the banks. And so classify them. If, for example, ICICI Bank has more branches, then you need to give more representations, more questions for the ICICI Bank employees. Because how do they use microcomputers to improve their job performance of efficiency? So are you with me all? Are you getting me? Are you understanding me? Are you understanding me?
Yes, yes.
Because in the end of the day, in the fourth semester, so all of you, or one of the semesters, all of you are going to submit project report. So, because many of you try to copy paste and all those things, but if you seriously do a project work by taking 100 sample, that will not only be a learning experience for you, but the quality of the report will be so good, so original, so authentic. The examiner would be happy to award you more marks. So it is a small effort of 1 month. You take the help of a supervisor of your nearest college where the program is run, take the guidance and prepare some 10-20 questions on the basis of the problem of the study. Am I right? So the problem here is job performance. That means what is the problem? Because without using microcomputer for job performance is a problem. Because microcomputers may not be handy for many bank employees. But banks are insisting employees to be familiar with the use of computers. That is a problem. So then you keep adding different questions. And as long as questions are not meeting the research problems, you keep on formulating the statement of the questions. Second is the integer scale. Sometimes we can call it as a staple scale. Integer scale or staple scale. That means I find it easy to get this website to do that, what I want to do. For example, take the help of ESS. Bank of India. Because I am an user of the state, doing the online banking transactions. This question will be I find it late of SBI do what I want to. Total 7 because only. The thing is that you need to be familiar with the Bank of India. Sometimes you don't the ID and password and that unique code, then be not mobile registered in the website or account. Once you get in your own page, then you start doing your transactions. And the transaction is very hassle free and secure. Once you transfer the money, the transfer will not take place without an OTP to your mobile. But whereas in Indian bank, if you do the transactions, initially you don't require to open your account without using the OTP because OTP is not required. So this is the difference between the two banks. So for example, 10 banks, this question will be asked. Then there will be variation of opinions, variation of agreement, disagreement of the respondents. So the idea of the hypothesis, if you start using, are these differences are these differences happening by chance, or are these differences are happening by deliberate, by default or deliberate? Do they do they do the customers use it deliberately, or or are they happening by chance? Because the idea of using hypothesis is to understand the differences are genuine or not, the differences are significant or not. If differences are significant or not, on the basis of the significant, there will be a different inference. If they are not significant, there will be a different inference. So let me tell you why you use this type of scale. Anybody can tell me why you use this scale? We can ask questions by nominal scale or ratio scale. Why use the interval scales for getting opinions or perceptions or understanding or experience of the customers of the bank? Can anybody answer me why you use this scale? Why you prefer to use the scale? Please attempt. Let the class be interactive so that I will also enjoy.
To get the feedback or the review.
Yes, sir. No, my question is that what is the significance of this type of question? Why you try to formulate interval scale questions like the Likert scale, semantic differential scale, continuous rating scale, or integer scale or staple scale? Why you use such scale?
So actually to measure, sir, what amount of work we're doing.
Pardon?
Actually to measure the amount of work we're doing, so probably.
Please be louder. Please be louder.
Just to get.
So to improve the system or the process.
No, for example, I will ask you to. Pardon?
So to know the quality of the service.
It's
Okay.
a kind of survey, so we are using these scales.
That is fine. Can we ask this type of questions to any type of respondents? This question will be asked to whom? Well, which type of respondents? Who are they?
The respondents who have been using the service for long.
Pardon?
The respondents who have been using the service for long, so we want a survey. So what is the satisfaction
Yes.
level?
Who are they? Are they educated or uneducated?
Educated people.
Yes. If it is educated, because because this type of questions can only be asked to the educated respondent, because they know a marginal difference between strongly disagree to somewhat uncertain, because they can make a minute marginal difference of their experiences, and that marginal difference that can be noticed or that can be experienced by an educated person mostly. So this is a psychological questions, psychological statements, because these scales are developed by psychologists. So all the skills developed by the psychologist. So therefore, as one of the participants told, we need to restrict the sample into only educated. That is true, because educated respondents are those who can use the system or computers to do the online transactions. Or if you take the first questions, that microcomputers, only the people with the education, training, and skill, experience, they can, with confidence, they can use the technology for increasing their job performances. Why to educated? Because they can understand the marginal difference between agree to some extent and strongly agree. Though there is a difference between 4 and 5 is 1, but You take the example of 100 or 200, 500 sample. If you get 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, because ultimately you take this data to the normal distribution. Clear? That much I wanted to tell all of you. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. Just a minute.
If you could please show a sample question.
Pardon?
What kind of question?
Pardon?
If you could please show us a sample question. What kind of question is going to come in the examination based on these scales? That would be helpful.
See, actually, I request you not to ask such type of questions to me. Don't try to relate to the examinations, because I am presenting the illustrations. So when I present you the illustrations, this explains that this is the model of the questions which you will get in your research methodology. Am I right? So that was pinpointed questions nobody can share with you. So because what broadly we discuss in 8 hours, when you require 40, 50 hours to finish the syllabus of the research methodology, and in 8 contact hours, broadly we are presenting you so that, an important contents of the RM are being covered, so that you will not have doubt at the time of reading or writing exam. This is a sample discussions. You may expect a question, if you get a questions, so you can confidently write. That I'm trying to tell you. Just a minute. I find it little out. Just a minute. Always what I try to tell you, you may also get questions related to the measurement of scale. There are 4 levels of measurement. You may get a short type question or long type questions. No, what do you mean by nominal scale? What do you mean by ordinal scale? And what type of questions will be formulated by using the nominal scales? You may get the questions. But fundamentally, you forget about examinations, which you have the study material with you, which you may refer to some other books, and you can write exam. But understanding is more important. How you are going to use the knowledge for your real life, for your real job, that is more important. So, because if you take this, look at this slide, nominal, ordinal, interval ratio, because categories and labels of variables, rank categories in order, has known equal intervals, because that is what I'm telling you. Intervals means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is called equal intervals. Because it has a true meaning 0. In the sense, ratio means you start from, sometimes you use temperature, sometimes you use weight, sometimes you use income. Because if you ask a respondent randomly, maybe the respondent will, let us take the example, if you ask a question to a homemaker. So homemaker may have income, but practically, as you understand, homemaker may not have the income directly. So they may be receiving gift from husband or in-laws or father or sister or children. That is not an income. Working in a company which is selling the hair dyeing product. Am I right? Or hair color product. Now it is a fashionable product. So, and mostly you try to difference between male and female just to know about their choices. So, and you always, when we take the hypothesis, we try to compare between or among the groups of the respondents. The respondents are classified on the basis of their demographic profiles. So gender is one of the demographic profiles. And what is your hair color? Brown, black, blonde, grey, and other colors. You say other color, you may say, white. Gray is also white, but sometimes you say pure white, you must say. So if you try to classify that there is no association between male and female respondents of experiencing the use of the products pertaining to coloring their hairs, the gender data to the one box and transfer the hair color data to another box. And there are commands, you select them and make it okay. Within a fraction of time, you would get the what? You get the result table in a PDF format. And some of the results will not be useful to you, so you may transfer that data in the PDF table to the Word table. And once you put it in the Word table, then it will not disturb your page setup and the font size and your margin of the page. So you would try to place the table and look at the trend of the data. All right, because this you can use a cross tabulation. Sorry, you can use a chi-square test because it is in the nominal scale. So if you use the chi-square test, then you try to see the cross tabulation. How are they distributed? Male, how many are brown, black, blonde, gray, and white? How many of them are female, brown, black, white, like that? So you try to compare between the by using a chi-square test and with the significance level. So this is a nominal scale where you can use the non-parametric rule. So do you have any doubts so far? Dear participants, do you have any doubts?
Okay.
Okay. So please look at this slide. This is a truly a ordinal scale because how do you feel today? How satisfied are you with your your service? Instead of your service, how satisfied you with our service? For example, employers may ask to the employee or employee or sellers may ask to the buyers, how satisfied are you with our service? For example, in the hotel industry. So just a minute. So in the hotel industry, so you may ask two questions. So in the end of the day, you give a questionnaire to a guest. How do you feel today? For example, you continue to collect the data for 3 months from the guest who stay with you in a hotel or in a particular hotel. And you or a researcher conducts research on the satisfaction level of satisfaction of the guest staying in a particular hotel. So if these two questions are asked to them, to the guests, those who stay in the hotel for a period of 3 months, we call it as a longitudinal study. because over the period the study is conducted. So in a three months period, whoever the guest would come, so two questions should be asked to them at the time of checking out from the hotel. Because how do you feel today means, or you may say, how do you feel your stay, or how do you feel of the duration of stay in a hotel? If you just amend the statement of the question a little bit, then they're very happy, unhappy, okay, happy, and very happy. So you may not expect that all the guests would answer very unhappy. Go highest. So always our happiness or unhappiness is internal aspects, which is quantified by the number. So, for example, if somebody gives, you will understand that customer is really wow, means extremely delighted. So you never expect that the guest for staying with you for 3 months, all would very happy, unhappy, because when you administer a questionnaire, means these particular two questions, you give an envelope to them. Now online is also happening. You just share the link, and, have access to the link, and they can just click in the Google form or in other software. So it will get by using AI and data analytics, and you can get the result, different types of results. Now, no, you need not no enter the data or code the data, because if data is fed online, that means it explains that data will get coded automatically, data will get computed automatically, and which statistical tool you use, you just give a command, accordingly you will get the result. Similarly, how satisfied are you with the service of a particular hotel? Then very unsatisfied, somewhat unsatisfied, neutral, somewhat satisfied, and very satisfied. So this is called ordinal scale. So you may use it like that. So this is called second side is the interval scale. So we'll give a 2-3 minutes break, then we'll restart. Okay. So, so let us continue.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So how much,
Yes, sir.
next question is, how much do you agree or disagree with the following statement? I found the website easy to navigate. If it is the statement, so there are five, always, when you go for collecting data by using the ordinal scale, ordinal Likert scale or interval scale, so it must be odd number. It must be 3-point scale, 5-point scale, 7-point scale, or 9-point scale. Because what I'm trying to tell you, because if you increase the more scale, that means who are the respondents you need to identify. Who are your respondents? So respondents are highly educated, or respondents are semi-educated. So the more would be the scale, the more would be the educational background of the respondents. That I'm trying to tell you. So how would you react your experience now? Because this is called a ranking. The first question is ordinal, because ordinal scale is a scale where you try to get the uh, strongly agree. So how would you, this is called non-recall ordinal scale is all about excellent, good, neutral, not that good, terrible. It is somewhat you are giving a rank. So you are giving excellent, good, neutral, not that good, terrible. That means you are giving some rank. Excellent, which is the highest among all. Subsequently good, and then neutral in the sense neither you say it good or not good, not that good, and terrible. Terrible means it is extremely bad. So because you never expect that each respondent would give the same response. There will be a variation that is universally true. If you ask 100 respondents, maybe 50% will be excellent, sorry, 20% will be excellent, 30% like that. If, for example, in certain cases, if the results will be skewed, then all 100% respondents, all of them have given their opinion excellent and good. And maybe 2% or 3% of respondents, they have answered not that good and terrible. Means because you have to use it normal distribution, skewness and kurtosis just to know the trend of data in a normal distribution curve. If data is skewed, that means majority of the respondents' views get skewed to excellent and good. And it explains that the responses are biased. Responses are biased. So this is another scale. On a scale of 1 to 10, as I told you, it is a semantic scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me say from 1 to 5. Because you may say this is an area where respondents are going from one level of experience to another level of experience, and when they give 10, that means that is their highest experience, the maximum optimum experience they get. All right, it is called ordinal rating. How would you rate your purchase experience? It is called ordinal scale. Please state your opinions on national health insurance, because if you are making a study on national health insurance policy done by Government of India in association with state government of insurance of senior citizens living in below poverty line, insurance of the unemployed youth, insurance of the low income group of the youth, insurance of the different labeled citizens, insurance of the widows, insurance of the divorcee, insurance of the widower, like that. So, because it is a health insurance done by the government of India by paying the premium, so that in the event of their health condition, means in the event of they, uh, they need the hospital services, or they feel they suffer from some diseases, they undergo some treatment, so they need some major medical interventions. So the insurance amount will take care of the insurance amount. So if it is the case, so obviously when government implements a particular scheme, because in the present government they want to get the feedback, the outcome of the insurance, how much impact that the national health insurance has made on improving the health condition of the people, how it has increased the life expectancy of the people. So then you go down. National health insurance is interesting. National health insurance is very simple. National health insurance is uncaring. National health insurance is useful. Because when you try to formulate a question must not be always positive. Sometimes it will be affirmative, sometimes it will be negative, sometimes it will be neutral. Because your question should not be formulated positively all the time. Question should be formulated negatively. Question should be formulated affirmatively, so that the same. No, you try to know the level of consistency of the respondents on the statement. So here, interesting, simple, uncaring, and useful. That side you see boring, complex. Interesting, boring, simple, complex, uncaring, caring, useful, useless. So, for example, you come here very much. That means you are. If you put a tick mark here, that means what? National health insurance policy is not up to the expectation. Very boring. National health insurance is very complex procedure because. What a thought call. ଶୁଣ ଗୋଟେ ବେଳକୁ ପଳେଇ ଆସିବ ମତେ ନବାକୁ ଠିକ ଗୋଟାଏ. So then simple and complex. So this is a type of questions which I expect all of you to use during your data collections. Am I right? For example, if you get a questions, you can give an example of this type, so that the examiner will come to know that you know how to formulate different types of scales type of questions to capture the data. You see, capturing the response from a respondent is a challenge. Why do we formulate different questions under different scales? Because we may formulate one questions, one type, but I'm sure the responses from the respondents would not come 100%. So therefore, questions are asked squarely from our side, so that the analysis can be done, or the opinion of the respondents can be done, interpretation and inferences can be done very differently. So you go over examples of ratio scales. Please circle the number of children under 18 years of age currently living in your household. So this is a demographic questions. Please circle the number of children under 18 years of age currently living in a household. This is not a question related to any research problems or research statements. So as I told you, when you go for a question starting from 0, that we call the ratio scale questions. So here you may not have a child or the respondent may not have a child of the child belonging to 18 years of age. So you can put 0. If the respondent has 1, 2, 3, 4, so accordingly they will encircle it. So, second example, in the past 7 days, how many times did you go shopping at a retail shopping mall? You must put the same type 0 to 7. For example, in the past 7 days, you might not have gone, or you might have gone 1 time, second time, third time. So any question starts with 0, we may call it as a ratio scale. So in years, what is your current age? So because you may say 1 year, 0, 1, because for example, first day to 1 day before your 1 year completion, we may take it as a 0, not 1 year. Once you complete the celebration of 1 year birthday, then we 1. So you can start 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. So I hope you all understand. Even same like temperature, or you may say how much in available. You can open them and read them, so you can keep it as a handy. What I'm trying to tell you, if there is a question, well, how much time that you devote for reading the books? How many hours? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Similarly, you say how many books that you read in a month? You may say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hope you have understood it. Am I right? Have you understood? Anyone can give an example? Can any respondent who give an example? So are you with me? Respondents are with me. Sorry, the participants are with me.
Yes, yes, so yeah.
We expect some of you to respond. Otherwise, you just log in and keep your tab or laptop and do some other work.
No.
And I'm working here. So, and I expect some of you please respond. That will be a motivation to me. Clear? Anybody want to tell anything? Yes. Any of you would like to get anything clarified or would like to add anything? Or would like to?
Sir,
Yes.
can I ask a question, sir?
Please.
Sir, in examination, the
Yeah.
question which came like that in PPT you shows.
See, the problem with all of you is because when you conduct your contact classes, you are always bringing the issue of examinations.
The reason being that we have very less time, sir.
Excellent.
That's the reason we are very much concerned with
Excellent. I
examination.
We
respect
have less
it.
than 1
So good.
month for preparation, sir. We
Yes,
even
yes.
plan properly.
No. I respect your emotion. I respect your concern. But question is, that is why I'm going in depth, because I'm not presenting you like no. I'm just not asking you. So the way I'm presenting, I'm giving several examples. So because in the research, scale plays a very important role. So if you understand all nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio, so you have understood 70% of the research. So therefore, if you get a questions, what is quantitative? That is what I'm asking you. You if you have any doubts or questions, you will always direct question. For example, you may get a question that how in nominal scale. So who can answer me? If I ask a question, how can a question or how can a particular question will be formulated in nominal scale? Can anybody respond me?
So the data here in nominal scale has to be made fit to various categories, and
Yes,
it's close-ended, right? It's like
very
one.
correct, very correct,
Yeah.
very correct. Yeah. Anyone? See, close-ended and open-ended. Open-ended questions are those which uh, where the respondents are free to answer and write. Close-ended questions are there for other scale also. But in a nominal scale, generally we know that questions are asked with multiple choices.
Can we say that when we say that nominal scale questionnaires are close-ended, like how
Yes,
satisfied are
yes,
you with
yes,
the
they're close-ended.
answer would be
No,
either
no,
yes or no?
all questions are close-ended. If you go to the questions, questions are divided into close-ended and open-ended. Questions are dichotomic. There are different questions. I have not touched upon, but I may touch upon. But as far as nominal scale is concerned, it's close-ended. It is correct. But nominal scale explains that the variables which are in the close-ended options, each variable represents a number given by a researcher. But that number does not represent the value of the questions. It is just a mere code. But in case of the nominal and ordinal, that value which is given strongly disagree transgender. So male 1, transgender 2, so male 1, female 2, transgender 3. You have 100 respondents, so you give the number 1, 2, 3. That means the number given to the response 1, 2, 3 means they are the code, simple code, not the value awarded to the questions. All right?
Yeah. Ordinal is
So,
basically where the data can be ranked, right? I mean,
no, data can be ranked in the ordinal scale.
yeah, ordinal. I'm talking about ordinal. Yeah.
Ordinal, excellent and all. But in nominal scale, male, female,
Yeah.
different colors, no age. Sorry, age you may say 0, income also ratio scale. You may go for educational qualification. You may go for your this thing location. It may be rural or urban. It may be no, town or city, something like that. Or religion, or you may say caste, or you may say. So now, after explaining you different type of scales and hypothesis, now next 40 minutes, our discussion will be based on the which statistical tools will be used or appropriate for testing the hypothesis. Because if you try to classify the scales among the four, ordinal and interval will come under the parametric, nominal ratio will come under the non-parametric tool. So parametric is a continuous series, non-parametric is non-continuous data. You please understand that much. One sample and two sample.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, slide a little bit enlarged.
Just a minute. Is it okay? Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is now visible. Yes. Sir,
I'll go
kindly
to the next.
make it to the next slide because
Yes,
it
yes.
is showing the
No,
previous
just a
slide.
minute. Just a minute. Just a minute. I'll wait. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Because the first table, that flow of hypothesis, and this table, these two slides, or you can say the structure or the table, you should always try to keep in your mind and let it be imprinted, registered in your memory, and let it be screened in the mind all the time. Then you try to understand how important these two slides are important. Sometimes what happened, you let us, why I am trying to emphasize that some of the scholars, even they are doing PhD, I mean they are in a state of completion. So they collect the questionnaire in one scale and use the statistical tool for the scale of the question collected by the respondents. No, should we use parametric tests are used for the ordinal and interval data like that. Test square test, case test, run test, binomial test, similar. Just a minute. What happened, I don't know. Just a minute. Please wait. Yes. Yes. Actually, the classes which are missed out, that they will do, because now another 3-4 more weeks classes will be there, including today's class. Your class will end on 28th of this month.
Right.
So that managerial economics portion should be taken by some teachers, and you will be intimated for loss of the hours. They may allot extra hours. So that is not an issue. Okay.
Okay, thank
But
you.
at the same time, please understand all the because I was arranging the slide. Yeah, the whole issue is, no, the teacher is, we are all experienced teachers teaching 30 years. I am a senior professor. So the issue is, no, we are trying to explain you the complex concept. Small things we don't explain because they are all implicitly related. So therefore, what you need to have an extensive study. And primarily, MBA graduates, they are primarily with educational, engineering background or commerce or BBA background. Majority of them, and some of them must be doing these programs in service. So just for the career growth, etc. But you need to read a lot. The contact hours will help you. Let me tell you about my class, because I'm trying to touch upon important components of the research methodology, which play a very critical role in the part of a researcher to do the research. Because that is why from the beginning, which are very necessary for you, I am touching upon. So that when you start reading it, that would not take time to understand it. But the economics classes and other classes which are missing, perhaps they will certainly compensate it.
Okay, sir.
Anyway, yeah, thank you. So you are calling, you are attending from where? Pondicherry or some other place?
So me,
Chennai. Yes.
I'm from Mumbai.
Oh, you are from Mumbai. Oh, good.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Sir, I'm working for Tech Mahindra.
Okay.
I'm assisting one of the directors over there.
Oh, that's good. Good. So actually, you are all talented people. So basically, materials provided to you, you go through it, and in the leisure time, economics is a logic, is a subject with logic, so you can understand it easily, not an issue. So anyway, nice raising the questions. I will certainly pass on to the academic counselor so that they will take care. Yeah. So difference between parametric and non-parametric. Non-parametric characteristics and parametric characteristics we look at, it has been clearly distinct, can be used on ordinal and nominal scale data, although also interval and ratio scale. Ordinal, nominal, although also on interval and ratio scale. Can be used on small samples. Can be used on data that are not normally distributed. Can be used where the samples are not selected randomly. Have less power than equivalent parameter tests. You see, non-parametric tools are recommended, like chi-square test, Mann-Whitney test, Kruskal-Wallis test, and some other tests, sorry, Spearman, Friedman rank test. So these are the tests which are statistical tools used in the case of non-parametric when samples are not collected randomly. That means non-random sampling, means non-probability sampling methods are used. Non-probability sampling methods include your convenient sampling, your judgmental sampling, your quota sampling, snowball sampling, purposive sampling, like that. So, and in the probability sample 0.98, then the significance level, if you see, that is called 0.00%. That means it is significant. The hypothesis rejected. Then you go for t-test, 13.475, that is called the mean. Then the mean differences, standard error differences, and there are 391 respondents. Here, two-tail test, single test, on the normal distribution curve, So they take 5% significance of left side tail, 5% significance of right hand tail. So then the significance level also less than 5%. That means in case of the F test and T test simultaneously 11 T test, there you draw the conclusion that the equality variances of the populations exist, because when rejected, that means there exists the equality of variances of the population. So I have told you about ANOVA. ANOVA is designed to detect differences among means from population subject to different treatments. ANOVA is a joint test. The equality of several population means stated simultaneously jointly. So use the ANOVA for comparing the three groups of populations. So this is a descriptive statistics of a non-parametric Wilcoxon signed rank test. These are the results before and after, because you take the example a cricket player whom you try to rank on the basis of the score given by the scorer. So before and after, before he plays and after he plays, you give a score. You can use and this is a T test is the difference in mean. There are two groups. So we try to compare, are they different in the means of opinion. Minutin is also a non-parametric test, which is also used. Is there a difference in the rank sum? Because if the data is not randomly collected, you may use Minutin test. If the data is randomly collected, you may use a T test. And Kruskal-Wallis test is a non-parametric procedure that can be used to compare more than two populations in a complete randomized design. So we'll go to
Excuse me, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
It is very nice.
Some noise is coming, background noise.
Sir, actually, I have a question. In question paper, I saw that there is a case study. So, on the basis of this type of analysis, we have to perform the case study. I just want to know that only.
You have to perform?
Means, sir, as you were explaining.
If I am not able to listen, any participants are listening, can you repeat?
We can't understand too.
Because I am not able to get your voice clearly.
So I think what he is asking is
Yes.
that when we have the case studies in the papers, do we apply these theories and these things that we are talking about when we do the case study? I think that's what
You
Amir is asking.
see, no, you are correct. Because if you see, you have to read the case study, and you see, let me tell you, you have different tools with you. For example, you have different tools. Which tool is relevant to your research? That you have to pick up. Either you have to use Minutin test, or you have to use T test, F test. Because I have given you the reason. The data is collected in different scales. Data is collected randomized, non-randomized. So there are tests which are prescribed. For example, if you go to a pathologist, so you may, because you want to know your blood sugar, or if you want to know your lipid profile, or if you want to know your HbA1c, so you just prescribe what you want exactly. Clear? So exactly what case study expects from you. If case study expects from you that data is collected in parametric, data is collected in a random way, you may compare between the two groups, then you can use the T test and F test. Are you clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So because just a minute. So just a minute. So we'll go for multivariate test. Multivariate test, as you know, mostly use the principal component analysis called factor analysis, and we use the regression. We use the cluster analysis. Nowadays, students are using structural equation modeling. And perceptual mapping, you also do the perceptual mapping here, because we can plot the data in a matrix, and we'll explain how close are they to the line, which can you can also, this is a structural equation modeling, because if you collect the data in a interval scale and or in ordinal scale, so the data can be computed by using the correlations, inter-item coefficient correlations. Then the data can be customized and modified, and structural equation can be used to create the model. All right. So you need not know everything you. So lastly, let me tell you the referencing, which you may use, but I because I have only one more class is left, which I will take on 28th. So that class I explain about how to uh, write what will be the structure of your dissertation, or when you write a project. So what will be the structure? What will be the chapterizations? Where will keep the hypothesis? What will the bibliographic style? Mostly the American Psychological Association's APA styles. That I will take up with the next class. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you able to see the screen?
Good
Yes.
afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. Okay,
Good
let's start the
afternoon, ma'am.
class.
We can able to see your screen.
Okay. So today we will be starting with a very good concept, very interesting, and most of you would be understanding and knowing this already. That is called as
Ma'am,
motivation.
one question, ma'am.
Yes, AK?
Because of the, the duration is very short. We are nearing to the exams. Can we concentrate mostly on this PowerPoints, to write the exams, or is there any specialized way of to?
I don't exactly get your question. Can you again repeat it?
No, the syllabus what you are teaching in this PPTs, can we focus mainly on these topics only for writing the exams?
I don't understand exactly the syllabus. What we have is what we are teaching. So your questions will be based on the syllabus only.
Okay, are you going to cover the 100% of the syllabus because the time duration is very less now?
Yes, we do that. That means, see, you have to understand that these papers are on par with your regular MBAs, right? So the syllabus what you are studying is almost what your counterparts in the regular department study, right? And you know how much classes we take for them. Obviously, the whole semester we take, right? So there will be that difference. So we are trying to comprise it for 8 hours, which is really a very big task, and we try to make justice at the most possible way. So you cannot expect that we can be as elaborate as in the regular class. So see, this is after distance education, and you are supposed to have the self motivation and self learning, right? So that is how it is expected. So actually, if you say the philosophy of this PCP classes are facilitation only, we are supposed to clarify the doubts in 8 hours. You have to study. That's why it is conducted before the examination, so that you have studied and you will come with doubts for clarification, and we will do that. But in practical thing, it's not happening. Most of you are not preparing that much for the classes. So what we also have tuned to do, take as much as possible. Whatever we think is important, we deliver in the PCP classes. That's what happened.
So, ma'am, when we say that these classes are for clarifications, shall we expect the similar timeline for the second semester as well? That is, we have exam in the month of December, so we may expect PCP classes in the month of November.
No, not November. Usually it is conducted in September or October. Your classes are little delayed because UGC has given your admission till March, if you remember. Right? It was supposed to start by January, but as per UGC's dates, what happened? It was extended till March. So that is why we have to finish up, and then it has been delayed till May. Otherwise, this would have happened in the end of March or April. Right? So for December exam, it would not happen because December exam, as usual, will be conducted in September or October or together. Right? It will not certainly be on November. Anything else?
No, ma'am, that's it. Very good topic, ma'am. Motivation. We need a lot of it.
Yeah, okay. And for your information, motivation is again, in the exam point of view, it is a very important topic. You can expect few questions from motivation in A part as well as B part, right? So you can concentrate on this topic and study further. Okay, right. So we start with motivation, and I think most of you have heard about that, and you have experienced this motivation also. So what is actually motivation? It is a state of disequilibrium, we say. That is, when you feel motivated, what happens to you is actually you are not able to sit still. Are you able to understand? You are sleeping nicely the whole night. Morning, unless you are motivated, you don't get up from the bed. So something is driving you to get off from the bed. It might be anything. right? It may be that physical happenings inside your body, or the hunger, or the deadline you have to meet with your office. It could be anything, right? Internal or external. But something is making you restless, making you feel the urge to get away from the place you are sitting or do something. That is exactly motivation, right? So what is that do something? What it wants? Exactly, that is the word. The want of you. You want something, right? And you need something. Unless you get satisfied of that need, you cannot be again peaceful. That restlessness will be there, right? So that is what we call as motivation. That factor that is driving you off, right, is motivation. So what happens to the need, the want? It transforms itself to desire, right? Because desire is more stronger. When you desire something, you want to devise something, you want to devise a plan to achieve it, right? So this as a stimulation, right? It acts as a stimulation and it forces you to achieve the desired goal. Okay, so this is how motivation works. So what is motivation? How this, you can see the arrow flowing towards motivation. You have a determined goal and you believe in yourself, believe in the self competency, whether I'll be able to achieve it. Yes. And positivity towards the environment, and you believe in the system. All these four things will lead to motivation. So these are smaller definitions for you to understand what is motivation. Is a word derived from the motive. What is motive? Which is need, desire, or want, right? So the individual is driven because of this need or desire. So it is a process of stimulating people to actions to accomplish the goals, right? So it includes all the things, like it includes start from the need, want, and then desire, and about the plan, then implementing the plan. Everything happens because of the need you have, right? So employees who are adequately motivated to perform will be more productive, more engaged, and feel more invested in their work. This is what we need now. You should understand that motivation is a psychological concept, right? So we are taking that from that branch of study and we alter it to what do you say, match with our thing, which is called as employee motivation, right? And employee motivation is, you can very well, what do you say, sync with that motivation of in every individual in the society, sociological motivation, right? So what do we say? Exactly like in the life, if you are motivated, you are doing something. In the organization also, if you are motivating your employees, they will perform better. They will not rest. If the restlessness is that they want to achieve something, so they will be more invested in the works, right? And one thing you should remember is happy employees are not motivated employees. Why? Happiness, when it comes, when you are satisfied, when you have done something, when you have achieved something, you feel happy, you are satisfied. So when you have happy employees in the organization, that doesn't essentially mean that you have motivated employees and your productivity is going to increase. No, it is vice versa, right? Because it might lead to, what do you say, stagnation. Because once they are satisfied, unless they have any other need in their mind that is converted into desire, they may not work properly. Are you able to understand? So these are the basic things you should understand about the motivation, right? So there are two types of motivation. What are they? First one is extrinsic motivation. The second one is intrinsic motivation. I think you know about this too. Just I will tell what it is. Extrinsic motivation is which comes from outside, right? Say for example, when you get a reward, they say that when you finish 100 pieces per day, when you are able to finish 100 quality pieces per day, you will be given say a bonus of 15%, right? So what happens? My Desire will be that 15% of bonus. I may get this much of money. That is my desire. I want to get it. Right? So what do I do to get that? I will devise a plan of action. What is that? To achieve that 100 units. Are you able to understand? If you are not giving me this desire, I'm not driven by this 15%, I will do as much as possible, of course, right? Because I may get incentive for every unit, but I will not have that target of 100 units. Are you able to understand? Till I touch that target, I will not be satisfied. The desire is that. So I will be working towards it. That motivation will be pushing me towards that particular 100 units. So how this is done? This comes from the external factor. This is like I'm bought or I'm commanded. They are saying that you finish 100 units, I'll give you that. So I will be moving towards that. Right? This is extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is for internal reasons. Right? Say there is no particular value or anything I'm going to achieve that, but I'll get a pleasure of doing something. I feel that, see, for example, I tell myself, I have reached up to 98 units per day, right? I'm producing. So 100 is a good number. Suddenly I think that, what if I can reach 2 more units per day and reach 100 units? How happy it would be. I can reach 3 digits. Just for that challenging pleasure, the winning concept, right? So this is intrinsic motivation. You want to do that because you have the desire to do that. Right? It is not that you are not going to get anything else. Just you will be happy. You will go tell your friends that, see, I have finished 100 units per day. Right? So this is how intrinsic motivation works. So these two are the types of motivations. Okay. And still, there are a lot of basic concepts on that, how to understand. But as you all know, we are having very limited time. So we will move on to the exam point of view again, which is important for the exam, theories. A lot of motivation theories are there. I have taken a few. Again, those who are often asked in the examination. The first one, Maslow's theory, is very important for exam point of view. It's often asked. And general questions can be there. Explain some motivation theories. You can very well start with Maslow's theory and any 1 or 2 theories. Okay, so we will be seeing the motivation theories one by one. You have to remember a few things before you want to see the previous slide. Yes. Okay. Okay, Kumar and Karthik. You may know why you want that? Okay, shall I move that? Okay. Before getting into the theories, you should remember in your mind fewer things that these theories are not exactly made for management, right? For organizations. These are, remember, sociological theories. This is for the society in general, about the people, right? So we try to match it to management. And all the theories have exceptions, right? They are based on assumptions of a group of people in general, but there may be individuals who need not exactly match with that. So exemptions are there, right? With that, we go to the theories one by one. Okay, this is a very big chapter actually. I try to tell you as much as possible. Okay, the first one is called as Maslow's need hierarchy theory. This is contributed by a person called Abraham Maslow. Okay, so we call it as Maslow's theory or need hierarchy theory. By the name itself, you can easily understand need hierarchy, right? When you are arranging the needs one above the other on the basis of the hierarchy, priority, then we call it as need hierarchy theory, right? So what do he do? He tries to take 5 important factors in life which a person needs when he is growing, right? Why a person is doing all the things in the life which we all do. What is the first one? Physiological needs. See, I would often say in the class that which is the biggest motivation factor, which keep all of us running? Hunger. Imagine when you don't feel hungry at all. what we would be. Like a sloth, we will be sleeping. Unless you need food, unless you feel that hunger, which makes you restless, if you remember, right? Restless, you feel desire for the food, you do anything to get that. If you see basically what all of us are doing all the time, we'll be having that as a base, right? Why our forefathers get out of the cave to hunt, which is very risky for the food. Otherwise, they will not come out of the cave at all, right? They have to fight with the animals to get the food, even though it is risky. They wanted that outcome, which is, what do you say? The restlessness has to be satisfied. What is that? Hunger. So that is physiological needs. Any person, right? Any living being for that matter, this is the first and foremost need. Once you eat well, you need a place which gives you the feeling of safety to sleep in, right? That is the next need. Security needs. So physiological and security needs are the basic needs. You need to have food. You need to have a place to feel secure. You need to have, you can interpret like this in management. You need, if you get a job, you will get 3 times food, right? So that gives a security feeling. So you are satisfied with whatever job you have. Okay, I have a job so that I can have 3 times food. So I feel secure. Till you have that, nothing else comes to your mind, right? There is a, what do you say, a poem I remember, They say that only when your stomach is full, you can see the moon as your lover's face or a beautiful girl's face for that matter, right? If you are hungry for 3-4 days, it will look like a roti or bun or idli, right? Because we will be thinking of that only if you are hungry. Are you able to understand? So this is exactly the basic steps of motivation. Once you satisfy that need, I am filled, my stomach is filled, I have a job secured, right? I have salary, so can I be happy with what I have? No. You will start thinking about the next need called social needs. What is it? Right? Social needs. People to approve of your things, that I am good. Okay? Okay, I'm happy. I got married, I have children, I have pets, house, job, everything. Can I be happy? No. After some time, what happens? You get the next need of motivation, which is called as self-esteem. What is a self-esteem? You have been approved by the society, right? Okay, you are a family, you have everything, you have a good job, you have a car, but you want to show your dominance, right? Self-esteem is how you can wield the authority or power over others, right? At least you need a pet that if you call, it should run to you. You feel happiness, satisfied. That is self-esteem. Your son should listen to you. He should not answer back. Self-esteem. Because you start feeling that I own these things, right? That motivation comes. Okay. Now you are a general manager, you have a lot of people under you, you have a driver, security, on your buzzer, people comes running to you. Okay? You have the self-esteem need fulfilled. What next? Can you be happy with this? No. Then comes the important need which you are motivated to attain, which is called as self-actualization. What is self-actualization? After achieving all these things, you suddenly ask a question. Is this me? Is this my core competency? Or in management, say we say the term. Or in philosophical and as per the theory, we can say, who am I? What am I doing? Is this me? What I have acquired, the wealth, power, or the people, affiliation. Is this enough? Is this I wanted in my life? Right? Very tricky question. very tough question, and that comes most probably in the older age, where you cannot redo everything, right? So people who gets actualized will find the inner self, and they will search for the inner peace, right? So this is how Maslow gives the theory. And the advantage of theory is you can interpret a lot. As I have told you a lot of terminologies, as are my interpretations on this theory. You can interpret yourself, how, where you fit in, right? But it's a beautiful theory. You can see for yourself what is your motivational need, where you are standing, and where you want to go next, right? But before going to the next theory, you should understand a few things on this theory, that this has few exceptions too, right? Like it is not that everyone has to go through all these steps, because most probably all of us will be starting our life with the third step, right? Because all of us may not be have felt hunger. They get my point? You may not be having starved. That need of motivation has driven you to go search for food, right? A day food. Then the second one, security needs, like that. So most probably when you have good parents, you have a shelter on your head. Mostly the people starts in the third phase. You start searching for a social motivational need, or maybe security needs. When you are searching for a job and you don't get it, you might have felt that security need, that I need a job. Then once a job is settled, you may go for social. But there are people who stop with social, right? Say, I have a family, nicely a job, car, okay, that is enough. I'm contented with my life. I can pull on my life like this. There are people. And there are people who stop with self-esteem at all. Okay, I got power. I don't have to go for self-actualization, right? And there are people who stop with security also. Don't go for socialization. They'll not marry. But even though they don't marry, you can see some people will have old age home or orphanage. So that is their way of fulfilling the social needs, right? So like this, there are exceptions for this theory, and that is why we give this pyramid shape. So the population in physiological needs will be very high, and the self-actualization will be very low. People moving to the last need will be very low proportionately when compared to the other needs, right? So are able to understand this, because all I have made like this so that you can understand other theories easily. Any doubts in this one? Yes,
Yeah, ma'am.
okay, no doubts. So we move on to the next theory. Yes.
And the psychology theory, please explain.
Yes, Akhil, I don't understand.
Please explain the. Ma'am, please explain the physiological theory. First one.
Physiological.
Yeah.
Yeah, physiological needs is the food and house. That's why I given the diagram like this. This diagram actually I do it myself. So that's why to easily understand I have given you the pictures also. Food and a house, physiological needs. You cannot sleep in rain or out, right? So you need a place. Physiologically, your body has to be healthy. So you need to be under a roof. And you need food. That is a physiological need. You have to fulfill these two. Unless these two are fulfilled, you will not think about any of the other things. Right? That is why we say that is a basic need. Physiological or basic needs. Unless you eat, you will not go for self-esteem. You will not search for a girl, or you will not search for self-actualization. Right? And as I told you, exceptions, you can see that there are saints, or if you go to Haridwar or Rishikesh, you would have seen saints, with one begging bowl, we say. And they will sleep in some chatram. So you can see that they fulfill this physiological need. and skip all the 3 steps, and directly they'll go to self-actualization. So self-esteem, social needs, everything fulfilled at a very young age, right? So maybe that is why at a very young age he has gone for self-actualization, right? So that is why I given like that. Are you able to understand now? Can we go move to the next one? Right. So the next one is called as ERG theory. That is existence, relatedness, growth. You can see that what we have studied in the previous theory is constructed into 3, that's all. Existence is first 2, physiological and security together. Whatever you need as physical and material needs, right? That is existence. For existence, whatever you need, that is the first need you will have to fulfill. Unless you satisfy the need, you cannot move further. You will not be motivated to go to the next step. What is that? Relatedness. You want to get related to people, right? Social interaction. You cannot evade this thing at all, right? If you are left alone, there is no relatedness, you cannot exist. That is why this theory has the flexibility of going back, right? So relatedness is fulfilled. That is fulfilled. You go for growth. The growth is self-esteem and actualization, right? You are growing inner self, right? And there is a hindrance in that. You are not able to grow. That is not satisfied. There is a lot of chance you reprogress, demoted to the previous one. So it is like you will be circling. You have to keep these things satisfied to move further, or else you go back to the previous need itself, right? That is the ERG theory. It says about the existence, relatedness, and growth. If you get frustrated, if you are not able to fulfill one need, it reflects in the other need. This is what do you say? This is very applicable in the organizations also, because you can see that people who has problem in the social interactions in the organization cannot grow, and once in the growth, that is, he becomes a superior manager, and because of that he is not able to once again be with the gang. He is not able to go to the party for the previous peers. He only got promoted. In that case, he will feel that social need, and there is a possibility that he come back to the social need. Are you able to understand? So the growth get hindered, and he has to come back, fulfill the social need to move back to the other need, right? So that is the only difference in that theory. Okay, because Maslow has given only bottom up. Okay, so the next theory is by McClelland. This is McClelland theory. Once again, he also, it is like most probably ERG theory. So what he says, there are 3 needs: need of power, affiliation, achievement. You have these 3 needs burning, right? If you are an employee in any organization, you want these.
அங்க போய் எரியுது.
Be more suitable for management than other theories, right? So in any organization, you can match these things. There will be 3 kind of people, if you say, who will give the priority for what kind of need they have, right? Every human is different, as you see. Some people will like to be in a team. He will be a very good team player. Then he becomes a manager. Some people will be very good as a leader and manager, not a very good socialized person. So you can identify that what kind of need they have, right? Once you understand these theories, it will be easy for you to manage your subordinates or yourself, right? So this is McClelland theory, which says that any given employee will be having a need among any of these three, right? So you have to identify what they are craving for, and if you facilitate them to achieve that particular need, then they will be searching for the other need which they will be good at, right? Employee will be having motivational factor or demotivational factors, right? So it is the success is in identifying which is motivating him or which is demotivating him, right? So you can see that I listed out all these things. Positive job satisfaction when you will get when a person who is having the motivation factors, right? What is that? Achievement. He will get easily motivated with recognition or responsibility. Can you imagine that some people, if you give them some responsibility, that accountability to do those things, they will be easily motivated. Or promotional opportunities, career avenues, personal growth, if you send them for training, or the interest, create some interest in the job, right? So these things will go up. You can read from the bottom up also. You create the job interest, their employee engagement will be more, they will more emotionally invested with the job. So which will be leading them to personal growth, they'll feel satisfied. And once they are personally satisfied and they are doing the job well, they will be getting the promotional opportunities. So authority and responsibility increases, they will get rewards, recognitions, and they will feel in their highest motivation level. It goes up, right? One by one, they will be satisfying all these needs. And what could go wrong? Why they will deep down dive? Why is that? Because when a person is not satisfied with the interest, the job, if he is not interested, now think, come down. What will happen? He will not be happy with the rate of pay or the security or the supervision, how he is getting done. He will not liking his superiors, or he will find fault with the company policies. And so all these will result in a conflict in the organization. He will often fight with the people around him. He will not be satisfied with that. So what will happen? This will result in a complete disaster, job dissatisfaction or demotivation, right? So these are the two factors. So we need to identify and nip it in the bud itself. When a person you feel that he is going to deep dive, he is in the bottom down, he is not having the motivation in the job, that will lead to a lot of things which will not be good for the organization as well as the individual, right? So the next one is called as Room theory, contributed by Room, right? What he says is a little bit scientific theory which can be calculated, the expectancy, instrumentality and balance, right? So what he says, when a person believes in the performance that he is going to get some output, right? What has to do for that? That is instrumentality. And balance is the value. What is the expectation he put on that particular motivation, that particular action, right? So motivation will make him find a way to increase his performance through some instruments. Instrumentality, what he is going to use, and the expected outcome will be the value he will be expecting for that particular action, right? The next one is equity theory. This is actually, you can see it's a basically economical theory actually. I have given you a picture for easily to understand that. Most often we think that in a workplace, equality is very important, right? But this theory will help you understand that equity is more important than the equality, right? Why? Because now come to the first picture. You imagine that it's like a balance, right? Most of you are working. How much input you are giving to the job? You wake up early in the morning, you are dressing up, you rush to the office, right? Why all this you are doing? It starts from that point, right? All this you are doing for the job. So you calculate that also as an effort, and you are sacrificing a lot of family time. You are putting a lot of hours, your competencies, your capabilities, your education, expertise, knowledge, all these things you are giving as an input, right? So you want to see the outcome which is equal to that, right? So what is that you are expecting? You want recognition, you want a good salary, you want promotions, you want career growth in that. When this balance weighs down, when see, as we have discussed, in a mission floor, some 10-15 people are working. And because of the quality circle, quality circle not discussed with you, okay. In a mission floor, right? Some 10 mission men are working. One is highly motivated according to Herzberg theory, just for the intrinsic rewards. He is able to perform more, right? He is giving input. He is promoted as a foreman, supervisor. Now, what will happen to the other people? That person is highly motivated because he got a promotion. But what happens on the other hand for the other people? They feel that they are not equally treated, right? The input is same, but the output is not same, right? So this is where the motivation comes down. So what we say, now come to the second picture, you will see the equality is when the organization treats everyone right, equal, right? See, all of them are given with a stool box to see the match. But what happens in the first picture? You may be distributing a equal incentive, equal salary to them, but they are not equal. So what happens? Equity is not there. Balance is not maintained. Are able to follow the point? So see the second part, in the second picture, second part. What is that? Now, according to their needs, the boxes are distributed. So what happens now? Equity is maintained, balance is maintained. All of them can see the match. The outcome is same according to the people, according to the employees who are working in the organization. Are able to, so with that we complete all the motivation theories. As I have already told you, motivation is a very important concept in the exam point of view. So I would request you all to read through it, get used to those theories. And if it is a general question, you can write 1 or 2 theories, that is enough, right? No need to write all the theories. And if particular theories are asked, then you can explain it. And my kind tip is that whenever these kind of theories are asked, draw diagrams, right? Because every theory has a pictorial way of explaining that. When you are able to do this, draw these diagrams, that will be more impactful when you are answering. It shows that you have really studied the question. So do draw some diagrams in the examination. Any questions on motivation theories? Can we move to the next topic? Okay, as there are no questions, we are moving to the next one. Yes, I got yes from few. So we move to the next one called morale. Okay, so this topic is called the morale. Productivity, so I'm going to tell you what is the relationship between these two, productivity and morale. This morale and motivation often goes hand in hand, because if the morale is low, people will not get motivated, right? And people are motivated, then the morale will go high in an organization. So what is this morale? Morale is like a base for motivation, but one thing is motivation is individually oriented. Every person has a separate level of motivation and the process works individually, uniquely. Right? What I will get motivation, the factors may not be similar to you, right? Because you may think that motivations are usually materialistic. No, not like that. Some people will not get happy when you give material things like incentives or money, perks, rewards and all. Some people, just a pat on the shoulder by the CEO or a higher authority, that will be the highest motivating factor for them, recognition, right? So every individual differs, but morale is a collective concept, right? Morale is a collective behavior. It works as in whole. In a workshop, say as we have said, all the 10 mission men together, they can increase the morale or they can decrease the morale. It's not this, okay? For example, remember, everyone will be motivated, everyone will be friendly. Responsibility that there will be no disturbances during the class time. Okay? If you have any doubts, I think you can note it.
Hello, students. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all of you. Once again, we are here to discuss about business environmental law. Okay. I think today very less number of students are there. How many were there in the morning? Anyone has observed?
About 90.
Around 80, sir. Yeah, 80 or 90.
80. Only 30 students now. Shall we wait for some time or we'll continue?
Yes, sir. Let's give them a minute or two because it's only 2:01 now. Might be they are having lunch. So let's just please give them 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, 1 or 2 minutes we'll give, and after that we'll start. And today we'll be discussing one interesting case study also. So as you said that you people are asked to discuss one case study. So regarding Contract Act, we'll be discussing one case study. Okay. So based on your old question paper. Let me upload my PPT. Are you able to see the PPT?
Coming, sir.
Yeah.
You stop
Actually,
sharing.
today we are. Huh?
It says that you stopped sharing, sir.
Is it no company law?
No, we are not able to see your screen, sir.
Stop sharing. Okay, we'll see. You are able to see?
Not yet.
Are you able to see now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is. We are supposed to discuss about company law today. Before, let us revise it a little bit about Contract Act. Okay, law of contract, because I'm going to start a question about the Contract Act. All right.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, just a minute. Can you see the PPT now? Is it moving?
It is, sir.
Yeah. See, we have discussed in the law of contract that an agreement enforceable by law is a contract, isn't it? The agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract. Again, you must have seen that lot of this complication is there. Then what is an agreement? What is the proposal? What is the wage offerer, wage offeree? All this we have discussed. The term promise defined in section 2 as a proposal when accepted becomes a promise. There should be an offer and there should be an offeree or acceptance. Similarly,
So your
and
voice
just
is
briefly
breaking.
we'll go through what we have. Voice is breaking.
It's clear, sir. It was breaking.
Is it all right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. There has to be an obligation. Okay. It is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he has promised to do or not to do. Just remember, while case study, this application will come. Okay. There has to be an obligation. What is that? It is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he has promised to do or not to do. As you know that all agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent. There has to be, while making a contract, the parties should be competent to contract and it should be their free will. And he has to, whatever the person, both the person have promised, they are supposed to fulfill that one. Or if they are not promised to do something, they need to keep their promise. And capacity of the parties are there, competent to enter into a contract. As I told you, he should be major, and he should be competent to contract, like he should not have qualified the court of law, and free consent, and there should be full consideration of it. For example, A promise to give by B for 1 lakh. In that case, this cannot be an agreement or this cannot be a contract, because there is no
So your voice is
consideration. Hence,
breaking.
there is no obligation. Still breaking?
Yeah, it is.
Actually, I am out of station. Here I am, somehow I am trying to take the class, but sometimes signal issue also there.
Yeah, now it is coming fine. It's intermittently breaking.
Okay. Then there has to be legal obligation. There has to be intention to create legal relation. You should have the intention to create relation. The father and son, husband and wife, in that case, it cannot be considered as illegal, because they have in social obligation, they have done it. There is no legal intention. You need to see that whenever there is a contract case, in that you should see that there as to whether there the intention was there or not to create a legal relationship. Like I gave you example, father promises son to pay 100 rupee per day for going to college pocket expenses, but later on he declined, he didn't pay to him. In that case, son cannot challenge in the court of law, because there was no such intention to create legal obligation. So in that case, it will not be considered. Similarly, possibility of performance in contract, you should see that whether there is a possibility of performance is not. Like for example, I say that if the sun rises in the west, A says that A promised to pay B sum of rupee 1 lakh if sun rises in the west, which is not possible. In that case, it is impossible to perform. So there has to be possibility of performance there. Similarly, meaning should be certain. There should not be ambiguity in the meaning. For example, if you want to sell a car, if you have person A has 2 cars, he promised to sell B, but he should be clear that which car he wanted to, whether black color car or white color car, whether the Maruti Suzuki or Indica. You should see that there should be a clear uh, clarity in the mind of the both the parties. Then only it will be possible. So meaning should be if there is a son, like father want to gift a piece of land to his son, in that case he has to write in a piece of paper legal which he can register. So wherever there is legal formality, it has to be performed. Similarly, agreements not declared void. The agreement which is not declared void, it can possible. If it is declared void, then in that it will not be possible. Agreement is like agreement, like lottery system, etc. Those things should not be legally declared void. These are the legal obligations for a contract. Now, contract. What is a contract? Contract essentially is an agreement. Agreement is a set to promise. One has promised. One is the proposer. He proposed something. This is called set promise. If promise is promises, it's called for it, promise is accepted. And offer proposal is a promise performance which how personal options often experience. There are on exchange. If you promise to sell, speaking.
Sir, your voice is not audible.
Yes,
please use your headphone otherwise.
Not audible.
You can't hear anything clearly.
Yes, sir. It is not at all clear, sir. When you are speaking in fast note, that time it is breaking off.
again. Let us see. Like, contract we have already discussed about what is valid contract, what is void contract, contingent contract, illegal agreement, unlawful agreement. Already we have discussed enforceable by contract, implied contract. Here you can see that implied contract. What is implied contract? From that itself, it should be clear that he is willing to do something. Quasi contract, unilateral contract, bilateral contract. This all we have discussed, and we have also discussed most of what are the more contract we discussed. What are the the contract is discharged by consent or agreement. If by agreement you make that we are completing the contract and possible by impossibility. Suppose in case suppose some kind of case or something has happened which is impossible to perform, then in that case you can say discharge is contract. Similarly, for example, the contract is made for 1 year. If the 1 year time period is over, that means you can say that discharge of contract is completed. By absence of law, by breach of contract. Similarly, if one party he breaches contract or he is not following the agreement which is made, in that case he has done the contract. In that time, that is other party he has got all the right to challenge in the court of law against the person from other party in the court of law. Similarly, material alteration. If there is any alteration, that means contract is discharged. A new contract will be implemented. The old contract is discharged because there is a material alteration. These are the different modes of contract. Then similarly, there are the certain remedies for breach of contract, or we have discussed. Agencies we have discussed. This is right, and these are not required. Now we'll be discussing one case study based on the Contract Act. Company law. So give him one second. Are you able to see the study? Hello?
No, sir.
No, sir.
I already shared. Okay, one let me see. Are you able to see now? Hello?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, sir. What happened? I have shared. Now,
Kannan nahi hai
now,
sir.
can you
Yes,
see
sir.
now question
Yes,
paper
sir.
case study? Yeah,
It appears.
you can see this is one of the question paper case study has come in your examination.
Bharat bola.
This is to come. Okay. Are you able to see? Hello.
Hello, sir. Your voice is breaking.
Can you see
Yes
the
sir,
question paper?
we can see, we can see.
Yes, sir, we can.
So can you zoom
Okay.
out
See
the
the
case
case.
study bit little? It's the font is very, very small actually.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Just a second. Can you see now? It is zoomed.
Yes, yes, it's much better. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I'll increase some more font size so that you can see. See, this is the case study. A taxi service had several cars, and all the cars had air conditions fitted inside them. However, taxis were hired out with or without the use of air conditions. And the rate for hiring a taxi with the air conditioner was rupees 25 per kilometer, while the rate of hiring it without the air conditioner was only rupees 15 per kilometer. A person hired a taxi without the air conditioner. After getting into the car, he realized that it was hot and uncomfortable. He then decided to run the air conditioner. A dispute a dispute arose between the two parties regarding the hiring charges of the taxi. The customer was willing to pay a higher amount than what he has agreed to pay, but he did not want to pay at the rate of not 30, rate of 25 rupee per kilometer what he promised. He argued later was an exorbitant rate. Now the question is, should the passenger be made to pay the charges as per the rate fixed by the taxi service? What do you think? Whether the passenger be made to pay the charges as per the rate fixed by the taxi service? Because initially, when he hired a taxi, by the time he was not intended to take the air conditioned system, because all the taxis have air conditioned. But whichever you accept or whichever payment you are ready to pay, as per that you can use it. So initially he told that no, I don't need air condition. So he promised to pay 15 rupee per kilometer. But after starting the car, after that he found that it's too hot and he need air conditioned. He then air condition was switched on. So in that case, should the passenger be made to pay the charges as per the rate fixed by the taxi service? Here the passenger says that I am ready to pay more than 15 rupee, not 25 rupee. So what do you think?
Is he being asked to pay 30 rupees 30 per kilometer or 25?
It is 30. You take the example of 30. Here 30 is written. So 25 as per the promise, because without with air condition it is 25 rupees, isn't it?
He should be paying 25 rupees per kilometer as per the taxi service rates fixed.
Yeah, he should pay 25 in there. Then agreement. So there have been agreement. In this case, who had made
Voice breaking, sir.
who had acted?
So your voice is breaking. Is it typing error, sir? Rupees 30 per kilometer, or is the new rate?
No, not 30. It is 25 kilometers. Typographic error. So in that case,
Sir, I would suggest that he should pay the amount for AC, that is 25 rupees per kilometer, because before switching on the AC, the customer should have asked that can I switch to AC, or in other case, what will be the rate for it? Because without asking the supplier, he has switched to AC. So in that case, he has taken the services, which indeed means that he has understood the rate will be 25 per kilometer, and he has switched to AC category. So I think in this case, it will be in favor of supplier and not in favor of customer.
very good. Then if you just have an agreement, where is the agreement? And who made the offer and who has accepted the offer? how will you justify that he is supposed to pay 25 rupee? You justify your statement. You say that it
Yes,
should
sir.
be on the side. You should pay 25 rupee.
So your
Then you
voice
have
is
to
breaking.
justify your statement.
Sir,
Yeah, you
since the
justify the
journey,
statement. Why?
yeah, since
Yeah.
the journey is yet to be started, and he just got into the taxi, then he can pay the amount that is fixed by the taxi services, sir. Isn't it justifiable,
Okay,
sir?
that is all right. He has to pay 25 rupee. But where is the agreement? Who has made the offer and who has accepted it?
It is offer is given by the taxi services, sir.
Just
Offer is made by the taxi. Offer is made by the taxi service. I mean, the
Okay.
driver.
Who is providing the service?
Yes.
Yes, sometimes see the offer is already made that if you use air condition, then 25 rupee you have to pay. If you are not using air condition, then 15 rupee. That means offer is very clear. And initially the user he has accepted with 15 rupee non-AC. Later on he has accepted that condition that air condition. That means he has accepted the offer. It implies that even though there is no statement between two parties, but it implies that when he switch on the AC, that it implies that he is ready to accept the 25 rupee per kilometer. So in that case, there is an offer and there is an acceptance. When he switch over to AC, by the time there is an acceptance. It is called as implied acceptance. For example, if you buy a ticket for a transport service, you paid 25 rupee to travel. You got the ticket without talking anything, without making any agreement. You bought the ticket and got inside the transport and got down at the destination. That it implies that you are intending to travel by the transport, and you have for that you have paid. So similarly here it implies that he has accepted the condition. Then he is supposed to pay 25 rupee per. That is the way you need to justify and write the answer. And what I'm of communication here is implied. It is even though there is no word of mouth or there is no communication between the two parties. But when he reached over to, he has done the action from which it is implied that he has accepted the terms and conditions. So modality it is activity or action of the individual. So that is the way you need to. It is the case study out of law of contract. Similarly, from company law also, the Factory Act also similar type of case may come. So once you know what is agreement, what is acceptance, what is, then only you can write the solution. Okay? Is it clear, this case study?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Sir,
if
I
such
have a
type of question. Yeah.
Sir,
So when we write
my network.
when we
One
write the
got
answers,
What is that?
there's somebody else speaking. Baba, just 1 second, please. Sir,
Okay.
Yeah, one by one, please.
thank you.
Yes.
So when we write these answers, right now we are discussing it. I've understood the concept, but when it comes to writing, what is the what are we expected to, like, how many pages do we need to fill for each answer? Like it has to be one page front and back, or is there some sort of a prerequisite?
No, there is no standard order for this one or a standard limitation for this one. You can see one booklet is given to you. Within that, you have to write all the answers. And you are asking about all the questions or only for
No,
your
no, no. Just the case study, like these 3 questions that we have, basis the case study that we've got just now.
No,
While we have
basic steps solving. Yeah. Tell me.
So these 3 questions that we've got, the first question that we did, and
Hello,
we
sir.
understood,
My
I
network
understood the
just now
concept.
got connected. Oh, sorry, sorry.
Uh,
Okay,
okay.
fine. Yeah.
So this first question we've discussed, we've understood how it has to be written and stuff like that. But how, is there a prerequisite that we need to write a 1-page answer, or maybe a half page, or anything of that sort when this comes in the examination?
No, there is. See, I'll let you know that there is no format for this one, half page, 1 page, or you need to justify. See, if any case study, you go through the details. You write to the point. This is the terms and conditions. This has been accepted, and here in this case, would the passenger be made to pay the charges as per the fixed by the taxi service? Here you can write from the question itself that this is the standard condition. If you use AC, 25 rupee, non-AC, this is the AC is already fitted, and the person who is accepting non-AC, he has to pay 15. It is very clear, and it is communicated to the well understood by the user. Whichever user is using, either by speaking, by word, or written, or by activity, anything can be. So that you need to justify. These are the points that based on that he has to supposed to pay 25 rupee. The second question comes, if yes, there must have been an agreement. Where is an agreement? It is an implied that by his activities gesture, it understood that it's an agreement between made between two parties, because already proposal is made 25 rupee, 15 rupee, and this one by his activities, when he is switchable to AC, it understood that he has accepted the terms and conditions. So that means there is an offer, there is an acceptance, and this is an agreement. What was the modality of communication? It's the individual's activity. So these 3 points you need to explain based on the statement given. In other case study, what happens? Some case study there is no questions. So what you need to do? First, you need to identify the problem. What is the exact problem? Here, problem is dispute between the two parties. Then what is the alternative? What is the reason? And you need to evaluate one by one whether there is an agreement, yes or no. If agreement is there, okay. Then whether there is an offer or not. Okay, offer is there. Whether there is a legal obligation was there or not. Yes, that is also there. That means it's a fully terms of contract is completed. So agreement is legal. It is valid. Then agreement which is enforceable by law, it has become a contract. So in that way, you can write all these 3 statements. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, this is about one of the sample case studies. So similarly, law of this factory act also sometimes it comes. So one of the factory, these are the provision, health provision. If you know, we have not discussed it. So there are health provisions, there are security provisions. So some factory he has not taken any pollution clearance certificate. Employees are working, and somebody is caught with some problem. So who will be responsible? By that, if you know the factory act provisions, then automatically you can write the answer. In other cases, it is law paper. So you need to write in way. In other cases, like other papers like marketing or any other papers, then based on that subject, you need to apply your application of your knowledge in that it is required. Then you need to apply SWOT analysis. What is the strength? What is the weakness? What is the opportunity? What is the threat? During application, you need to see all this, everything. Based on that, you need to take decision. They will ask that as a manager, what is the decision you need to take? So you need to take that one. In other paper, I think the other faculties also, they will be discussing about the case studies. So you'll be able to know. Okay. Shall I proceed further for the company law?
Yes,
sir. Okay, sir. Can you say about this case study? How is this you are revising question paper or portion, sir? Just now my network got connected, so I'm unable to catch you.
No, I am giving one example of case study because 20 mark compulsory question paper will come. A case study you have to compulsorily you need to solve it. So just an example how to write in case study I am explaining. This is based on the old question paper. Okay.
Okay, sir. Can you say the question paper pattern for each and every subject?
Yeah,
this
you can
is
see
business law. Right?
All the papers. It will be same pattern. You can see here.
Yes,
Part
sir.
Part A. There will be 8 questions. Out of 8, you need to write 5 questions. Okay.
Hello.
Out of 8, any 5 you need to write. Yes. Are you able to hear me?
We can, sir.
Yes, sir. We can.
Yes, sir. Just
Yeah.
now.
Yes.
This is the pattern. You need to write part A, 8 questions will be there. Out of that, you need to write 5 questions. Each question contains 6 marks. So total 30 marks. Similarly, part B, you can see each question contains 10 marks. Here also, out of 8 questions, you need to write only 5 questions. So 10 marks each, 50 marks. 50, 30, 80, and compulsory case study 20 marks. There is no choice in that one. You need to write compulsory case study. So 20 marks, total 100 marks. Okay?
Yes, sir. Got it, sir. Part B, we will be having 10 questions out of that 5.
What is the 10 questions? 8 questions will be first part.
Part B, 10.
Not 10 questions. 8 questions. 8, 8, 16.
8 questions, okay.
Part A 8, part B 8. 16 questions. Part A out of 8, you need to write 5. Part B out of 8, you need to write 5 questions. So part C is compulsory for all of you. So for God's sake, you don't leave the case study. I have seen many of the students, they're writing very well, but they're leaving the case studies. Case study leaving means 20 mark has gone. So at least you need to write. There is no right or wrong answer for the case studies. Whatever the knowledge you have gained from the subject, you need to, it is the application only. Okay?
Okay, sir. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Now let us go to company law.
There are few other questions. I saw that there were about 5 or 6 questions for this case study, sir.
No, there are only 3 questions in that particular case studies.
Okay.
Should the passenger be made to pay the charges as per the rate fixed by the taxi service? If yes, there must have been an agreement. Where is the agreement? And in this case, who made the offer and who had accepted? Because there has to be an offer, there has to be an agreement, there has to be an obligation. So all these things you need to explain in this one. Then what was the modality of communication that had taken place? Modality of communication, it can be.
Sir, modality of communication means?
Modality of communication means when you make an agreement, it can be an oral agreement, it can be a written agreement, it can be an with the action. For example,
Communication, sir. What was the mode of communication? Like that.
Yeah, it is the action only here. Mode can be written. Yes, students, will you please mute your system because it's disturbing in between. Okay. It is mode of communication means there are 3 modes. It can be written, it can be oral, it can be by activity. Here, it must have been the oral also, it can be by the activities also. When he switch on the AC, that means he has done the activity, which is understood that it is implied, which is called as implied agreement. It implied that he accepted to the terms and conditions which is made by the taxi supplier. Is it clear?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So just a doubt here, sir. Nowadays, the agreements are going through WhatsApp. So, what kind of agreement do you consider? The agreements are being made in WhatsApp. That's a written agreement.
Say once again.
So, sir, if say I'm booking a hotel in some destination, and they confirm through WhatsApp, so that's actually a written agreement.
Yeah, both the parties, if he have communicated and he has accepted, that can be an agreement. Again, other terms and conditions like there should be an obligation, there should be legal formalities, all these things, it has to be completed. For valid thing, if somebody has proposed through WhatsApp and other person he has accepted through WhatsApp, it is sufficient. That is a valid agreement. Okay?
Okay. Got it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that can be. Even oral agreement also it is accepted. Where there is no obligation that there should be a written agreement, in that case oral also it is quite possible.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see the PPT of company law?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Hello?
Not yet.
No, sir, no, sir, not yet, not yet. Not yet.
Just a second.
It may take little time, sir. You can wait.
Just a second.
Sir, I have one clarification regarding examination payment method.
Okay.
I need how to pay, sir. I see the university portal. The dates are from June 3rd to 12th of June 2023.
Yeah. Examination
How
date.
to pay, sir? I belong to Chennai. Yes, the examination date. I belong to Chennai, and how to
When you took
apply
admission?
online.
You are new student, first semester?
Yes, sir. I'm a new student, but I put admission in the March 31st, 2023. So
Not an issue. What you need to do, you go to the website. There will be students portal. You click on that one. Then examination will be there. The moment you click on that one, then your papers will come. 5 papers will come. And the right hand side boxes, you need to tick how many papers you want to write. If you want to write 5 papers, all the 5 boxes is to be clicked. Then there will be option will come submit. Once you submit, then payment option will come. Payment means 1300. 5 paper, 250 per paper. That means 5 paper 1250 plus 50 rupee per mark statement. 1300 you need to pay online. So once it is paid, it is submitted. Submitted means before 1 week of examination, you can download your hall ticket.
Oh, okay, sir. Before 1 week, I will get the.
Yeah, you can download it. Yeah, you can download your application. In case of
where will we get center in Chennai, sir? I don't have any idea. Chennai, where will the centers be available?
Chennai, you can get it. There are 2-3 centers, but you people will be getting Alagappa Institute of Technology. It is Chetpet.
Chetpet.
Yeah. Correct address you can see in the website also. We have given the address details. Okay.
One is Alagappa University and is Loyola College, sir.
Loyola College is there, Guru Nanak College is there, then Alagappa Institute of Technology is there. But for this U student, direct student, it will be.
Okay,
sir,
sir.
sorry
But
to
I have an
interrupt,
option of
but this
appearing
can be taken offline. There is an email that can be written. We are losing out on time for our lecture now because we have very limited time. So can we please continue?
True.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
That is, if anybody is having any issue, you can write on this DD helpline, ddhelpdesk@pondiunit.ac.in. Okay. Let's continue with company.
Okay, sir.
So in this unit, we are going to this unit discuss about for what is company, how the company is to be formed, formation of company, what is memorandum of association, articles of association, prospectus, shares, debenture, directors appointment, their powers and duties, meeting, what are the different kinds of meeting proceedings, management, accounts and audit, and winding up. So from the formation of a company to the winding up, all this we are going to discuss one by one. Now let us see that recently the company, the act has been amended in 2013. So now, earlier it was Company Act 1856. Now it is the Companies Act called as Company Act 2013. The salient features of Company Act 2013 is the laws governing companies in India have been compiled and contained in the Companies Act 2013. The new act consists of 470 sections spread over 29 chapters and 7 schedules. This just for the general information. 188 sections of the preceding legislation have been scrapped in the new act. Earlier Act 1956, there were several acts were there which have been scrapped in this new act. The new company law adopts forward-looking approach which empowers central government to frame rules for governing companies. So this is a landmark legislation that the corporate governance and makes the spending on CSR mandatory. Now in this act, governance and CSR has been mandatory. Corporate responsibility. Okay. we're going to discuss about CSR also. We discuss CSR. What is company corporate social responsibility? Is it? So next is origin. The term company is derived from the Latin words "come" meaning with or together, "pens" meaning bread. For earning bread, group of people join together. Originally, it referred to a group of persons who would take their meals together. From that basic concept, company has been derived. In common parlance, a company refers to an assemblage of people who have come together for some specific purpose or specific business. Companies are a useful device to do business, especially when the business has grown bigger than can be effectively managed by a few people. So number of people are there to manage that one, and also requires a added financial support. That means there has to be some asset for the management of this particular company. So these are the basic salient features. Now let us see what is the definition, what it says. A company's act does not define a company in terms of characteristics. Company means a company or any previous company law. That means if the company is registered under the present law, Company Act 2013, or previously by Company Act 1956, then it can be called as a company. A company is an association of many persons who contribute money or money's worth to a common stock or employ in same trade or business. Here it is a group of people, association of people, and they contribute money, which is called a share. They contribute money or money's worth to a common stock. Jointly, it becomes a stock. An employee in same trade or business, not in different, and who share the profit and loss arising therefrom. So these people, association of people, if profit arises, they will share. If loss arises, they have to bear with them. The common stock so contributed is denoted in money and is capital of the company. This stock is called as capital of the company. The person who contribute to it or whom it pertains to are members. The person who are contributing, they are called as members of the company. The portion of capital to which each member is entitled is a share. Which is the individual member is entitled, that is his share. The shares are always restricted from the company, private company or public company. The transferability is based. So here, what is a company? It is a group of people, association of people, and what those people contribute money or money's worth, something material money to a common stock and say same trade or business. Share profit and loss from these people, they share loss or profit, and common stock is called the company. The person who contribute, they are called as member of the company. The person who they contribute, that is called as share for their part. So you can see one of the definition given by Justice Marshall. A cause is an artificial being. Cause is not a normal human being. It is an artificially created being. Invisible, intangible, and existing only contemplation of the law. They are visible on the eye of law. They are artificial person. They are invisible. You cannot see. You cannot touch and feel. And existing only in the eye of law. Being a mere creation of all. It is created by the law. It possesses only the properties. Company, what it does, it possesses its property, which is the charter of this creation confirms upon it. In the charter, it is mentioned that what is the capital of the company, who are the members, and what is their share, either expressly as incidental to its very existence. It is to be expressly written or oral, all the way it is to be mentioned in the charter. This is called company. Now let us see what is the basic features of company, characteristic of a company, which is very important. What is the main characteristic or features of a company? It is an incorporated association. What is that? It is incorporated by the law. Company, because company is created by law. It is an artificial person, so which is called a incorporated by association, by under the company, present company act, or previously any company act was prevalent. By that act, it is regulated. So that is called as incorporated association. For that, you need to have a memorandum, like article of association, memorandum of association, director, number of person. All this it is to be mentioned in the article of association as well as memorandum of association, which is to be filed in the uh, uh, company registrar's office. Next is company is an artificial person. Like normal person, it is not like a normal person, but it is a person created by law, so that it is called as artificial person. The company can sue to others, other can sue to company. So like a human being, if there is a it can be a company can sue, and company can sue any person like a human being. It is not an in the file of law, it is artificial person. Separate legal entity. A company has separate legal entity. Company has its own property. Like members, they have their own individual property. Company has their own property. So the company property is separate. The individual property is separate. So they have separate legal entity. So limited liability. The company has the members of the company have limited liability. What is the limited liability? Number of shares, or whichever they have agreed upon, that much portion they have to pay. That is called limited liability. How much they are supposed to pay to the company. That's property. Company property is separate and individual property is separate. Here in this case, separate legal entity means company has been registered under Company Act. So it is independent body. Company is an independent body. So it is separate legal entity. Company is identified by its name. So and so private limited company. Like human being is understood by their name. Similar way, the company is understood by the identified by its name. So and so private limited company or public company. So separate, it has separate legal entity. Similarly, limited liability and separate property. Company has its own property. Members have their own property separately. Company has their own property. So it is in the name of the company, the property will be. This is the property of the company, not any individual's property. Similarly, transferability of shares. Share is transferable, and in that case, it can be transferred from one person to another. Next is perpetual existence. Company has perpetual existence. Like the members of company can come and go. Director, today some director is there, tomorrow some another director may come. Today some members are there, they may leave. Other new members may come. Some members may die, but company will remain in its existence. Company will remain the same under his own seal, own name, which is registered on the register of the company. So company has perpetual succession. Until any company is there, it will be known as in his name. It cannot die until it is company is liquidified. In case of bankruptcy or anything, or by the law, the company, if it is liquidated, its company is then in that case there won't be existence. Otherwise, it is till then there is a perpetual existence of the company. Next characteristic is common seal. The company has its own common seal. The seal in any document, company seal has to be there, and it is signed by the authorized dignitaries. So they will be signing on behalf of company. They will be signing. Authorized dignitary will be signing in that paper, but it has to be common seal has to be there for all the property, all the document. The common seal of the company is to be put. The capacity to sue, as you know that it is an artificial person created by the law. So like a normal human being, company can sue others who are in fault, and others can sue the company if company is in fault. These are the basic characteristics of a company. Most of the time this question comes, what do you understand by company, and explain the characteristic of a company. So you need to write this 7-8 points, the characteristic of a company. Next one, important question. Based on the question, important questions also, I have made the PPT so that it will be easier for them, for you. And kindly go through the study material. Only brief these points I am discussing. all the details. You can go through your study material and get it clarified. If there is any doubt, you can contact us anytime. Next is it clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Next question is, most of the time these questions also come in the examination. Lifting of the corporate veil. What do you understand by lifting the corporate veil? See, lifting a corporate veil, your meaning itself, it is very clear. Veil means it is like a screen, corporate screen. Lifting the veil, when you lift the screen, what is happening inside the room, you can come to know, you can see. In company also, there is a concept is called as lifting the corporate veil. Any illegal activities or anything it goes on, and the government or public members of the company, they came to know. So on the order of the government, the veil can be lifted and can be seen through what exactly going in the company. Like in case of a dishonest and fraudulent use of the facility of incorporation, if anybody is dishonestly using or doing some fraudulent activities in the company, the law lifts the corporate veil and identifies. Law will lift the corporate veil, and we'll see how the corporate veil is lifted. They will lift the corporate veil and identify the person members who are behind the scene and are responsible for the perpetration or fraud, who are responsible for this fraud. So they will be penalized and they will be compensated for the law. The concept of lifting the corporate veil is a changing concept. It is a changing concept in the sense because earlier it has been seen that the fraudulent activities goes on behind the company members, those who have saved money, those who have bought from your company, have invested in your company. They do not know what exactly how you are utilizing their money. It should be transparently communicated to them. Your money is invested here or there, so they should know it properly. So in that case, if anything goes wrong, so law gives an order to lift the veil and need to see that who are the person involved in this. The veil of corporate personality, even though not lifted sometimes, is becoming more and more transparent in modern jurisprudence. Due to modern jurisprudence, due to this corporate governance, everything is made transparent. In that case, no need of lifting the corporate veil. Means there will be the government agency will be given the from the company law board, the permission will be given to the certain officers. They will go to the company and they will see what exactly, they will verify every document and they will say what exactly going on, even though it is not necessary, but due to this corporate governance, because nowadays it's very transparently, it has to be communicated to the members or government. Now in government agencies, you must have seen that if you want to purchase any capital item, in that case you have to go through the government portals are there. Online you have to purchase the product. You cannot just give the this your contract to some private bodies. So through online you have to apply. So it is transparently known to everyone. That's called portal called the CPP portal. In CPP portal, if you want to invite any tender in CPP, you have to put that tender notice. So all the people who are uh, supposed to know, they will be able to see that this is the tender is given so and so organization. So they will be applying online. So which will be transparently seen by everyone. So there won't be chance of fraudulent or any. So due to this, all this, nowadays lifting the corporate veil is limited, but however transparently it is going on. The following are same such cases. What are those cases? For the protection of revenue. Sometimes what they do, they evade tax. They do not pay proper tax to the government. In that case, government may order an inquiry to see that what is their earning turnover and how much tax they are paying. In that case, action can be taken by the government. So in this case, lifting the corporate veil is possible, where the company is acting as an agent of the shareholders. So some people, they disclose some secrecy to the shareholders, or they, as an agent, they work for the shareholders. In that case, It is also for particular shareholders, some people they are getting involved for some benefits. In that case also, it is possible to lift the corporate bail. Where a company has been formed by certain person to avoid their own valid conceptual obligation. So sometimes to avoid their conceptual obligation, they try to make a sub company.
So we can't hear you.
Hello, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Last class, what we have learned, do you remember? We did numericals, ma'am. We covered about 12, 13 numericals last week. Which chapter, ma? It was a straight line. Depreciation. Right? We have studied final account statement and then depreciation we have learned, right?
Yes, depreciation, ma'am.
Then ratio analysis we have studied. Yes, we did.
Yes, ma'am.
We have completed ratio analysis. That is, if problems are given, statement is given, you have to calculate current ratio, quick ratio, then fixed assets ratio, working capital ratio. Suppose problem equations are given, how to prepare balance sheet and shareholder spend. All the problems we have done, right? Yes or no? Okay, let us go. Next one. Fund flow statement. Fund flow statement, that is, you have to prepare fund flow statement. It is a statement, we can say it is a statement of sources and applications. Sources and applications of fund, which is preparing for the purpose of working capital. What is the working capital is required for two balance sheet, or how, what is the working capital is increased or decreased. You have to compare to balance sheet date. So to balance sheet date, you have to compare what is the working capital increase or decreased. Why we have to see what is the working capital using for the production, or what is the day to day, how that is the, what is working capital, what is the meaning of working capital. Working capital means the fund flow, how much the which is in utilizing for day-to-day business operations. So investment, if you are doing in fixed assets, land and building, these are all long-term funds, right? So day-to-day you need some rotation of money, right? So you have to pay for wages, you have to purchase materials, right? Pay stationery and other revenue expenditures. So for that you need fund, that is called working capital. That working capital, it is very, very important thing for affecting profitability as well as liquidity. So you have to balance between profitability and liquidity. Yes, why we have to balance? If you are having more amount of working capital, that means your current assets. If you are having cash, you are having plenty of cash in hand instead of investing in somewhere else. So what will happen? What will happen? The profitability will be affected. Instead of keeping cash in hand, you can deposit into the bank, or you can invest in short-term marketable securities. You can earn some interest or earn some profit, isn't it? Say yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So if you are keeping more cash idly in your hand, not only cash, that is current assets. We are saying it is a gross working capital, which means current assets. Net working capital, if you are deducting current liability, that is called net working capital, right?
Are you sharing any screen? Because are you sharing any screen, ma'am, or you're just giving us the introduction?
No, sharing, no.
No, we are on the
Ma'am, the first page only is seen, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, now fund flow statement.
Okay, now is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. This fund flow statement, that is working capital. Working capital, that is if you are taking current assets, total current assets, that is called gross working capital. If you are deducting current liability, that is called net working capital. So what is the fund flow? Inflow and outflow. What is the flow comes in this year? Flow fund goes outside. That is fund outflow. So if you are taking the difference, that is called working capital.
So 2 periods balance sheet, you have to take whether working capital increased or decreased. Is there any changes? Is there any changes in working capital that we have to find out for managerial decision making to keep up the working capital. That is, I already told you, it should be it should not too much of cash. And at the same time, if you are having less amount of working capital, what will happen? That will go into your financial risk. So if you are not able to pay your creditors, you are purchasing current liability, that is materials, right? So when you are purchasing material, if you are not able to pay to your creditors, what will happen? Further, they will not supply. So you have to face the problem of financial risk, isn't it? So that is why you have to be always trade between profitability and liquidity. So you have to be very careful about this handling working capital. So that is why we are preparing this fund flow statement. In this fund flow, while preparing this fund flow statement, we have to prepare 2 statements. One is called a statement of sources and applications of fund. Another one is a statement of sources and that is a schedule of changes in working capital. There is 2 statements we used to prepare, right? So see here, inflow of fund, outflow, sources of fund flow statement. That is how you are getting fund into your business. Issue of shares, issue of debentures, bank loan, then sale of fixed assets and investments, operation profit, that is decrease in working capital. These are all inflow of fund. Outflow of fund, what are all the outflow of fund? Redemption of preference share capital. Redemption means repayment. Repayment of your preference share capital and debenture holder, and repayment of bank loan, purchases of fixed assets and investments, payment of taxation and dividend. These are all the items comes under the outflow of fund. Okay. So these are all very the theory questions. What are the managerial uses of fund flow statement? You go through later on. Let us prepare problem. You can understand the thing. Okay, limitations. Difference between fund flow and cash flow. I tell you after preparation of cash flow statement, then only you can understand. Okay. See this. First one, we have to prepare fund flow statement, then statement of 2 statement I told you, that is statement of changes in working capital. In this fund flow statement, that is sources and uses of fund flow statement, you have to take only non-current items. Current items you should not take. Current assets and current liabilities you should not touch while preparing the fund flow statement or sources and uses of applications of fund. When you are preparing statement of changes in schedule of changes in working capital, you have to take only current assets and current liability. You should not take fixed assets. You should not take long-term liabilities. Okay, only you have to take current assets and current liabilities. And then some more workings you have to prepare, that is adjusted profit and loss account, or you have to find out funds from operation. So from the business, what is the operating profit? Generally, profit and loss account gives you net profit only. So we have to find out operating profit. What is the difference between net profit and operating profit? What is the difference between net profit and operating profit? Net profit includes profit and loss account. We are writing all the expenses, that is non-cash and non-trading expenditure, as well as non-trading income also we are writing, right? So what is non-cash and non-trading expenditure? Non-cash item, what are all the non-cash item? What are all the non-cash item?
The assets.
Depreciation, that is actually we are writing as an expenditure in the profit and loss account in the debit side, but actually cash are you paying for that? No, That is why it is treated as non-cash expenditure, depreciation, transferring to general reserve, and then write of bad debts, provisions.
Amortization, can you say this, ma'am? Amortization.
Yes, amortization of preliminary expenses and goodwill written off. So all these non-cash expenditures you have to eliminate. And then you have to loss on sale of fixed assets. These are all non-cash expenditure. Non-trading income, non-trading expenditure, that is commission paid for other services, not because of your business. So that is also to be eliminated. Suppose you are receiving commission received and rent received, dividend received. These are all non-trading, not because from your business operation. Other than your business operation, you are earning income. That also we are entering in your credit side of profit and loss account. That also to be eliminated. So when you are eliminating non-cash and adjusting this non-cash and non-trading expenditure and income, that is called operating profit. We have to find out operating profit, that is called funds from operation. So for that we need to prepare adjusted profit and loss account, right? And then we have to prepare some adjustment ledger accounts to find out what is the assets account we have to prepare for finding depreciation or finding a loss on sale of machinery or profit on sale of machinery. That we have to find out. So that some ledger accounts may be required to find out some information, right? And then one more thing, provision, the treatment of provision.
Miss, can you please mute it up?
Next one, there is a treatment for taxation, provision for taxation and proposed dividend. These two items you may treat either current item or non-current item. If you are treating it as a current item, you have to take only while preparing schedule of changes in working capital. You should not touch anywhere else, right? So once if you are treating it as a non-current item, you have to take in the statement of, while preparing the statement of sources and applications statement, as well as while preparing adjusted profit and loss account for finding the funds from operation. Okay. So in that statement, you have to calculate. Let us do some problems you can understand. See here, this is the format, specimen of fund flow statement. This is sources of fund. This is applications of fund. Sources of fund, that is issue of equity shares, issue of preference shares, issue of debentures, loan borrowed, sale of fixed assets. These are the items, right? If you are this one, applications are uses of fund, that is purchase of fixed assets, purchase of investment, redemption of shares, redemption of debentures.
Manas, can you please put yourself mute? Manas.
Manas Ranjan, please mute yourself.
Okay, see here, this is the applications of fund, that is fund, purchase of fixed assets, purchase of investment, redemption of shares, repayment of debenture, loan, all these things, that is payment of dividend, payment of taxation, when you are treating it as non-current. If you are treating it as a non-current, these two items will come. Otherwise, it will not come, right? Then you have, if your sources exceeds your applications, that is increase in working capital. Suppose your applications exceeds your sources, that is called decrease in working capital, right? This is the fund flow statement specimen, right? See, next one. This is the statement of schedule of changes in working capital. Schedule of changes in working capital, you have to take only current assets and current liabilities. See here, current assets, what are the items, balance sheet, current assets are given. Previous year, you have to write this value. Current year, you have to take the difference. While preparing the schedule of statement, you have to keep it in your mind 4 points. One is when your current assets increase, that is increase means what? You have to compare with the previous year and current year. Previous year it is 10,000. Current year it is 15,000. Is it increased or decreased? Increase. When your current asset increase, the effect of working capital will also increase. So current asset increase means your working capital will also increase. Suppose your current liability increase means your working capital will decrease. The effect of working capital will decrease. So when you have to keep it in your mind, when your current asset increase, your working capital increase. Current asset decrease, your working capital will be decreased. You have to put in the decrease column. Current liability increase, reverse. You have to put in the increase, current liability increase, you have to put in the decrease column. Current liability decrease, you have to put in the increase column. Why? Because current liability, when you are paying fund outflow, right? So you have to keep it in your mind while preparing schedule of changes in working capital. Okay. See here. This one you have to keep in your current asset. If current asset increase, working capital, the effect of working capital will increase. Current asset decrease, your effect of working capital will decrease. Current liability, if it is increased, the effect of working capital will decrease. Current liability decrease, your effect of working capital will increase. You understand this? Okay. This is the specimen of adjusted profit and loss account for the year ended. You have to write debit side, that is here profit by balance. So opening balance, you have to bring it. Profit and loss account in balance sheet, profit and loss account will be given. Right? Previous year opening balance, you have to bring it down here. That is by balance brought down opening balance. That is means what? Previous year will be the opening balance. Current year will be the closing balance. Debit side here, last item you have to write to profit and loss account, balance brought down, carried down, that is closing balance. So debit side you have to write all non-fund item, non-cash and non-trading expenditures, you have to write it here. Here credit side you have to write by non-trading incomes, you have to write it here, right? So here what are all the non-cash expenditure? Depreciation on fixed assets, then premium on redemption of debentures and preference shares, discount on issue of shares and debentures, right of intangible assets, that is goodwill, patents, trademarks, copyrights. So that right of you have to write it here. Right of fictitious assets, that is preliminary expenses and advertisement, right? And then provision, if you are making any provision for reserve fund, general reserve. So all these things you have to eliminate it here. Then debenture sinking fund, proposed dividend if you are having, that also you have to write. Interim dividend. Interim dividend is different. Proposed dividend is different. Interim dividend, whether you are treating it as a current or non-current, you have to bring it here. Profit and loss, adjusted profit and loss account side also you have to write, and also you have to write in the user side of fund flow statement, right? Then provision for taxation, you have to write it here. Then writes credit side, you have to write interest received, dividend received, taxation, refund account. So all these things you have to write it here. Okay. So these are all the adjustments, important adjustment you have to do while preparing this statement for depreciation, dividend paid, income tax provision, loss on fixed assets, interim dividend paid. These are all the adjustments we need to prepare while preparing your problem, right? So these are all the adjustments theories I have given. You go through it later on. Let us do one problem you can understand. Before that, you just go through. These are the items. Few minutes I will come back. Just few minutes, huh? Okay. Let us do one problem. You can understand. See this problem. The information's net profit is given 40,000 after charging depreciation. During the year, depreciation charged 30,000 on building, 40,000 on machinery. The company purchased during the year building worth 1,60,000. Dividend paid or given. From the above information, prepare a statement of sources and applications of fund for the year 2003. So sources and this is the balance sheet is given in the problem. This is problem. 2002 and 2003 balance sheets are given. These are the liabilities items. These are the assets items. Okay. Now we need to prepare statement of sources and applications. Before preparing this statement of sources and applications, see this is the answer. Statement of this actually in your problem they have asked you to prepare. See here only to prepare a statement of sources and applications of fund. Solution, this is the second statement is the solution. Fund flow statement or sources and applications of fund. Okay, here you have to use only non-current item. In additional information, I have prepared it here, both the model. Another model is statement of changes in working capital or schedule of changes in working capital. That is, you have to take only current assets and current liabilities. You have to take, right? Both the things answer will be the same, but the preparation methods are different, right? So first I teach you how to prepare this schedule or statement of changes in working capital. This is the format. Current assets 2009 2010, just what is given in your balance sheet. Current assets, what are the current assets? Stock, debtor and prepaid expenses. Only these three are current assets. Buildings and machinery are non-current. Liability side, bank overdraft, creditors and provision for taxation. These three provision for taxation we can treat either current or non-current. So what do you say, how to let us treat current or non-current? It is up to you. Okay, both the method I tell you. If you are treating it as a current, how it will be. If you are treating it as a non-current, how it will be to be treated, I tell you. Right? So according to this problem, let us treat as current provision for taxation. Let us take it as current item. So see here, stock 90,000 previous year, current year 80,000. So 10,000 decreased. So what is your working capital? What is the effect of working capital?
Decreased by 10,000.
Decrease. You have to put in the decrease column. Then debtors 1,40,000, 2,40,000, 1 lakh increased. So you have to put in the increase column. Then next debtors 15,000, 25,000, 10,000, put in the increase column. Right? So now you have to make the total of current assets for 2009 and 2010. Okay. Current liabilities, that is creditors previous year, current year, 10,000 increased. So what is the effect of increase in current liability? The effect of working capital? Increase in current liability. What is the effect of working capital? Decrease. So when your current liability reverse, when your current liability is increasing, that your effect of working capital will decrease, outflow, right? So 10,000 you have to put in the decrease column. Then bank overdraft is same. So
Sorry to interrupt. Where did this 90,000, 80,000 came for the year 2009 and 10, ma'am? Under current assets?
See, problem it is given. See your problem. This is the problem. This is the problem will be given in your problem question paper.
Okay.
Okay. 90,000, 80,000. Previous year 90,000, current year 10,000. Decreased. Stock is decreased. So stock decreased 10,000 means the effect of working capital you have to put in the decrease column. See here. That is why we have put in the decrease column. These are the informations available in your balance sheet problem itself. Okay.
Ma'am, in the problem, the information is for the year 2002 and 2003.
Yes, ma. That while preparing, I made mistake. You will make it change. Okay. Here I have mistakenly written 2002 and 3. Here 9 and 10. You make it change. I will change it. 2002. Three. Okay, one.
But it is for 9 and 10, I suppose, ma'am. Can you go to the previous slide? It is mentioned as 9 and 10.
In the question, it is mentioned that the following are the
31, 12,
statements.
31, 12,
Question
9.
itself.
The back.
Okay, you proceed.
Balance sheet of 9.
Understood.
We
It's just
understood,
a
ma'am.
problem of
We understood.
you proceed.
Here is not a question. Okay. See here. So that is what you have to see credit as it is the increase, you have to put in the decrease change, so no effect. Provision for taxation, if you are treating it here as current, if you are treating it as current, you have to write it here or 10,000 increased. So your working capital effect is decrease. So now you have to make a total of current asset and current liability. Total current asset 2,45,000 minus current liability 1,25,000. So working capital for the year 2002 it is 1,20,000. So here 3,45,000 minus 1,45,000. So 2 lakhs is the working capital. So now working capital is increased or decreased. Previous year working capital is 1,20,000. Current year working capital is 2 lakhs. So 80,000 it is increased. Working capital is increased. Now you close this increase working capital and the decrease working capital column. Increase column it is 1,10,000. So here make it total only 30,000. So 1,10,000 minus 30,000, that is 80,000 is increased in working capital. Okay. Here you can write 80,000. Here next total 2 lakhs. Here 2 lakhs, total is 2 lakhs. Okay. So you can make it here also 80,000. 1,20,000 minus 2 lakhs, that is current year is 2 lakhs. Previous year 1,20,000. Is it increased or decreased?
Decreased.
Increased.
Increased. Increased in working capital. You have to get it same. So you can verify. Here also, if you are calculating like this, it is 80,000. If you are making total of increase column and decrease column, you will get the same. Okay. This is the one method. One method is preparation of schedule of changes in working capital. Now let us take non-current item. That is fund flow statement. Fund flow statement, left hand side, that is sources of fund. Right hand side, applications of fund. Okay. Here, sources of fund side, you have to take only non-current item. So see your problem, you can understand. Non-current items, see equity share capital 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. That means what? 1 lakh sources or uses. You have issued share capital. When you are issuing share capital, fund comes inside fund inflow or outflow of fund.
Inflow.
Fund inflow or outflow?
Inflow.
Inflow. Very good. Inflow. When you are increasing your capital, issue of share capital, that is fund inflow. So you have to write in the sources side. So see here, sorry. Sources side, share capital, you have to write it here. Sources side, issue of equity share capital 1 lakh. Okay. Then debenture. See your problem. Debenture, what is given? 2 lakhs and 2 lakhs 50,000. Sources or uses? Debentures increased means what? Fund inflow, sources side. Suppose debenture decreased means here 2 lakhs are given, here 1 lakh 50,000 given. So in that case, it is a repayment of debenture, redemption of debenture or repayment of debenture. That is 50,000 we have to write in the user side of the statement. Here it is increased. So you have to write in the sources side. Okay. Okay, wow.
Okay, ma'am.
Then leave the profit and loss account. The current items, don't touch it. Provision for taxation. Yes.
This chapter, I'm sorry for interrupting. In this book, which chapter, ma'am?
Book.
Yes, ma'am.
What you are asking, ma'am?
In accounting for managers subject, no, ma'am. In this which unit, ma'am?
This is fund flow, ma'am. Fund flow and cash flow. Unit 3.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Got it, ma'am. We have full portions, no,
Unit
ma'am?
3.
For examination.
Next. Yes, fully. Yes, of course. Here, buildings. See here, buildings 1 lakh 20,000, 2 lakhs 50,000. There is some adjustments. See here, adjustments, that is depreciation on building. 30,000 it is there. Machinery it is 40,000. And also you have purchase of building, it is given 1 lakh 60,000. So when you are purchasing the building, fund outflow, right? So when you are sale of building means fund inflow. So here fund outflow you have to write in the source user side of your statement. See here, purchase of building 1 lakh 60,000 you have to write in the user side, right? Then next one, dividend paid, it is there. You have to write it. Then we have to find out operating profit. Operating profit or what is your revenue? Funds from operation we have to find out. Okay. Say this is the adjustment, adjusted profit and loss account, building account, machinery account we need to prepare for finding whether purchase or sale of building. See here, building account, if you open all the assets ledger account, when you are opening, bring it to the left hand side, debit side, to balance brought down. All the liabilities account, ledger account, if you are opening, you have to bring it to the credit side by balance brought down. That you have to keep it in your mind always. Okay. So building account debit side, you have to write opening balance, that is to 1 lakh 20,000. Opening balance it is given, right? Closing balance by balance carried down, that is closing balance 2 lakh 50,000 right in the credit side. Depreciation is given in your problem on building 30,000. When your depreciation journal entry, what is the journal entry? Depreciation account data to that respective asset account. Okay. Depreciation account data to asset account, that is asset side, building side, credit side by depreciation 30,000 you have to write. That means what? And then you have purchase building during this year. So when you are purchasing, what is the journal entry? Cash account or bank account data, building account data to cash or bank account. So building account debit side to cash or bank account, purchase of building 1,60,000. Do you understand? So now you have to close this account. Suppose debit side, if it 2,80,000, credit side also 2,80,000, there is no sale of building. Suppose the credit side comes only total it 2 lakhs, it comes 2 lakhs, just imagine. Let us assume 2 lakhs. So 80,000 is missing. So that is what sale of building. You have to write by sale of building 80,000, that you have to write in the sources side, right? So that is why we are preparing this ledger account. Okay. Then similarly, you have to prepare machinery account. Machinery account opening balance given in your problem 3 lakhs, closing balance 2,60,000, depreciation is 40,000. There is no purchase or sale. Suppose if there is balance, balancing figure comes in the debit side, that is purchase of machinery. Balancing figure comes in the credit side, that is sale of machinery. Okay, so purchase of machinery or purchase of building, you have to bring it to the sources of fund statement, user side, users or application side, you have to write. Suppose sale of asset, sale of building or sale of machinery, if it is there, you have to write it in the sources side. Okay, do you understand? Then let us prepare adjusted profit and loss account. So the adjusted profit and loss account is a credit balance, right? So opening balance of profit and loss account, so what is given in your profit and loss account in the balance sheet? See here, 40,000, 60,000 is given, right? So adjusted profit and loss account, opening balance 40,000, credit side you have to write, debit side last item to closing balance or balance carried down, that is 60,000, you write it immediately. After leaving some space, you write last item. Okay. So now what are the non-cash and non-trading expenditure you have to write off in the adjusted profit and loss account, right? So depreciation on building 30,000, machinery 40,000. So totally 70,000 you have to write it. Then dividend paid, it is given in your problem. See here, dividend paid during the year 20,000. Right, so dividend paid, it is given in the adjustment, you have to write it in the two places. One is adjusted profit and loss account debit side, and another one is user side of your fund flow statement. See here, fund flow statement, your applications are users of fund. Here you have to write dividend paid 20,000. Here also you have to write, and then while preparing adjusted profit and loss account debit side also you have to write dividend paid 20,000. Why we are writing two places? Dividend once when they are declaring, you have to adjust when how you are giving dividend out of profit, right? So that is why in the profit and loss account we have to write it, and then the fund outflow, that is why we have to write in the users or application side of fund flow statement. Okay. So in this case, only these are the adjustments. Sometimes goodwill written off, loss on sale of machinery. If these things comes, you have to write in the debit side. Suppose profit on sale of machinery, if it comes, you have to write it in the credit side of adjusted profit and loss account, right? So now you have to close this account. When your debit side balance exceeds your credit side balance, that balancing figure is called funds from operation or operating profit. Operating profit or funds from operation, you have to write it here. Suppose your credit balance exceeds your debit balance, balancing figure comes in the debit side, that is called funds lost in operation or loss, operating loss. Okay, so now you have to bring it to the fund flow statement. Fund flow statement, that is the application side, increase, funds from operation or operating profit. Here You have to write funds from operation, funds from operation or operating profit. Okay. Usually we used to call it as funds from operation, that you have to write in the sources side. Suppose for loss comes, funds lost in operation means you have to write in the user side or application side, right? So now you have to close this fund flow statement. So your sources side exceeds your applications or user side, that is called increase in working capital. This is the answer. Right? This is the answer. Your sources side exceeds your users or application side. That balancing figure is called increase in working capital. Suppose your application side exceeds, total of your users or application side exceeds your sources side. That is called decrease in working capital. If the decrease in working capital, it will come in the sources side. Okay? Do you understand this? This is the fund flow statement. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Now, the same problem, let us prepare that taxation. Here, provision for taxation is given, right? Provision for taxation, 30,000, 40,000 are given. We have treated a current item, so this is the thing, right? Suppose if we are treating it as a non-current, so how it will be, let us do. See here, this one you are eliminating here. You are excluding, right? Excluding. So what will happen here? This 10,000 will not come. Okay. So then what is your working capital? How much will increase? Here 1,10,000, here 20,000. So 90,000. Your working capital will be, increase in working capital will be 90,000. Okay. Is it okay or not? Hello. Here how much it will be? 1 lakh, sorry, 95,000. This is 95,000. Here, 1,05,000. 1,50,000. 1,50,000. Here 345 minus 15. Then 2,40,000. Okay. So the difference is, increase in working capital is 90,000, right? So when you are treating provision for taxation as non-current, it will not come in this statement. So here how it will come? So provision for taxation, if that you have to read the problem very carefully. Is there anything is given? Provision for tax paid or tax made, given in the adjustment. Whether sometimes will be given taxation paid during this year 5,000 or 10,000, like that will be given. Or taxation made during this year may be given. So how we have to treat it in the adjusted profit and loss account? How to treat? We have to see here. We have to prepare one ledger account. This is another problem. what I do in this, shall I prepare a provision for taxation account in this machinery account instead of I just delete it temporarily? That account will be the same. Provision for taxation account. So opening balance, you have to bring it credit side, not debit side. So here, by balance brought down B bar D. Opening balance, that is how much? 40,000. Huh? Tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
Closing balance. Provision for taxation is how much, ma? 30,000, 40,000. 30,000, 40,000. Here, 30,000. Opening balance 30,000, closing balance 40,000. Okay. Now, we are assuming that suppose your problem is given tax paid during the year, it is given 20,000. That we are assuming that tax paid during the year is 20,000. So how will you write in the provision for taxation account debit side, provision for taxation account debtor to cash or bank account, tax paid during this year? Tax paid, if it is given in the adjustment, we have to write it here. It is assumption, we are saying that is 20,000. So in that case, here you have to write by adjusted profit and loss account. By adjusted P&L account. Adjusted profit and loss account. Okay. So here you have to write here 60,000. So total will be 60,000. 60,000. So here 60,000. So what is the difference? This 30,000, we have to take it in the adjusted profit and loss account, right? So if it is given, so in that case, this 30,000, you have to bring it here in the adjusted profit and loss account. Here you have to bring it. Provision for taxation. Provision for taxation, here you have to write 30,000. Okay. So what is profit and loss account adjustment? What we have got it, that you have to bring it in the adjusted profit and loss account debit side, right? tax paid during the year, that we have to bring it into the fund flow statement, fund user side. Tax paid, dividend paid, we have written here, no? Similar way, you have to write it. Tax paid. Tax paid. Here, there is no tax paid and there is no tax made is not given in your problem. Okay, see here. Tax, instead of tax paid, if it is tax made given in your problem, you have to write it here. Adjusted profit and loss account. What is given made, that you have to write it this side. This balancing figure, you have to make it tax paid during this year. That you have to take it. Okay. In this problem, nothing is given. So in that case, what we have to assume, previous year taxation provision, we have to take it as paid during the year. Current year, we have to take it as made during this year. So, see here, this is not given in your problem. So previous year amount, how much it is that, sorry. Wait, here, instead of 20,000, you have to make it 30,000. Previous year taxation provision, you have to make it as tax paid during the year. Current year, you have to take it as adjusted profit and loss account made during this year. So if it is not, nothing is given, you have to take it like this. So here, provision for taxation made here, you have to write 40,000 according to as per our problem. The assumption I have told you. If it is given, how it is to be adjusted, I told you. Right now, 40,000 you have to add it. So 40,000 means here 1,90,000 comes. Right? Total 1,90,000. So here funds from operation 40,000 will increase. Okay. So 50,000. So funds from operation will be 1,50,000. Now we have to come to the fund flow statement. So increase in working capital, sorry, funds from operation is 1,50,000. 1,50,000. Now we make it total 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. Here make it total 3 lakhs. Okay. So here also 3 lakhs. Here you have to find out. Tax paid, you have to write how much you have paid tax. That is previous year amount, you have to take it as paid during this year. 30,000 tax paid. So now make it total how much? 1 lakh, this side 3 lakh, this side 1 lakh, 2 lakhs 10,000. Right? So what is your working capital? Increase in working capital 90,000. Have you got it? If you are preparing this statement, working capital increase in working capital amount will be the same. Whatever be the statement if you are preparing. If you are treating provision for taxation as a current item, we got increase in working capital 80,000. So if you are treating provision for taxation as a non-current item, you are getting increasing in working capital is 90,000. Do you understand this? Do you understand, all of you? Any doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
If you are treating provision for taxation as a current item, your increase in working capital was 80,000. When you are treating provision for taxation as a non-current item, your increase in working capital, you got answer 90,000. So whatever you are preparing, it is correct, but you have to write note, assumption. I assumed to take provision for taxation as a current item. I assumed to take provision for taxation as a non-current item. Like that, you have to write and then prepare. Whatever be the answer, it is correct. Okay. Generally, in the adjustment, tax paid, tax made, if it is given, you treat it as a non-current. That is always best method. Why? Because cash flow statement is always treating it as a non-current. So it is best method of treating is non-current item. Why? Because the ledger adjustment also you have some marks. So they will this ledger accounts preparation, for that also you will score some marks. So better you treat it as a non-current item. Okay. You understand this? I have prepared some more problems in the fund flow statement. You practice it at home. Tomorrow, one more problem I will do it. And then we will do cash flow statement also. And then what is the difference between fund flow and cash flow, I will teach you tomorrow. Okay.
Ma'am, can you share in WhatsApp?
What ma?
Can you share these materials in WhatsApp or through emails?
This one it is, yeah, ma, this one. It is already, it is in our website. You go to that student services portal, services is there now. In that MBA first semester accounting for manager, the same PPT I have shared already. Website you can download. Individually, how to share all to all of your mail. That is difficult, no? It's already uploaded. You can download. Huh?
Ma'am, these sums will be for 10 marks, ma'am.
Huh?
These sums will come for 10 marks, no, ma'am. 10 mark questions.
20 marks. This is big one. Small, that is less number of adjustment. If it is given, 10 marks will be given. If adjustment will be more, sometimes 20 marks may also be given. In 10 marks, sometimes.
Case study, no, ma'am?
Huh?
20 marks, there won't be any case study in the subject, ma'am?
Sometimes it will be given. Who said? Sometimes they may ask. Otherwise, in a small adjustment,
What is
critical adjustment will not be given. Only small this kind of small adjustments, if it is given for 10 marks question. Sometimes they may ask you calculate funds from operation, calculate cash from operation, like that in 6 marks question, as well as in 10 marks question also. Or 10 marks question, they may ask you only to prepare fund flow statement, or prepare schedule of changes in working capital, or prepare cash flow statement, like that. With small adjustment, they can ask in 10 marks. With more adjustment, if it is there, 20 marks they may give. It is a 20 marks problem actually.
Majority will be problems. Majority will be problems.
Yes, 70%. See, your syllabus itself we have written. 80% problem, 20% theory.
Syllabus where it is in website, ma'am?
Website it is there. Syllabus website it is there, and then your study material also front page syllabus will be there. See your syllabus. SLM front page we have written. We have prepared syllabus also.
Okay.
In that we have mentioned what is the percentage of problem, what is the percentage of theory.
On the book, it says that problem questions 60% and theory questions 40%.
No, ma. Accounting for manager, it is 70-30 or 80-20 might be there. You see?
No, it's 60-40, ma'am. I am holding the book.
Oh.
Yeah.
Previously,
so will it be 80-20, ma'am, or 60-40?
Saima, can you say the page number, please?
Tomorrow I will check it and tell you, ma'am. Huh?
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Bhava, the details are given on the page 2 of Accounting for Managers book. You can go through it.
Hello, Simon. Okay. It is in the page 2.
Yes.
Reference above.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day ahead. Bye bye.
Can you share your mail ID, please? For any